Oh, okay.
Talk.
Hold on. Let me just turn on my thing. Oh, it is on. Uh, Sorry. Are we live?
You're live.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. We're trying to establish a stable connection, and this will be
We're
fourth.
hoping that this is less demanding than No Man's Sky and we
Yes.
can play
Fourth
Morrowind.
time lucky, we're hoping. And, whoops. I think I may have to change the cover of that one. Anyway, yeah, I might change that cover, Didi.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
That's
I
all
forgot
right.
to change
No
the
worries.
cover.
I'll change it to something else.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we were having a chat with. Hopefully, Holly might come back, and hopefully, this will be a stable connection. Excuse me for sort of clearing my throat and stuff. We've got a lot of acacia around here at the moment, which is a pollen abundant tree, and
Yeah.
it's catching in my throat. So no, I don't have COVID, and anyway, so hopefully anybody who was here last time will be able to pop back and
Say hi.
say hi. Excuse me. And so where are we in?
We're in Telfire, and I have no idea. It's been a long time since, and I've got active levitation at the moment, which I'm going to have to.
Active levitation.
Yeah, I'm levitating,
Oh, okay.
so I can fly, but it's not very helpful if I have to stand on the ground.
Right. Excuse
It
me.
means, among other things, I can't sneak.
Well, we might be lucky this time. I wonder, was it
No.
recently updated, that particular, open sky, and that's why?
Yes, it was updated a while back. I'm not sure how long ago that was.
Right.
Let's see. I've forgotten what the. But yes, it was updated.
Right. Oh, well, we might be lucky with this one. So far, so good. I haven't had a look in the chat yet because I'm just trying to post. Trying to post something. So, sorry, what did you say about that where we are in?
I said we're in Telfire, which Divyath Fire is the name of this particular mage lord. We're in a mage lord's tower.
Yeah.
and he's the big kahuna mage lord. He's very powerful. The mage lords are kind of almost like gods.
Mage lords are almost like gods.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever gotten that far.
He's wearing all Daedric armor, which is all the heavy duty stuff. And he's got the complete set. And I'm supposed to be coming to give him some kind of a message, I think. Oh, let's see. How do I do this? I don't remember anything anymore. Oh, here we go. Okay, what a pleasure. An entertaining diversion. Come to consult the great Divyath Fire. I have a coded message for him.
What's that?
I have a coded message from Master Aryan.
Let me see if we're coming through the... I think Holly's gone.
Oh, yeah.
I can't hear any background music at all. You may want to
Can't
just not for Morrowind, just maybe a touch.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Let me see.
I can't hear any background music at all. You may want to just not for Morrowind, just maybe a touch. Oh, let's see.
Okay. I'll put headphones. Oh, that's because it's on default.
What's that?
Okay. I'm about to put the sound on, I think. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
You should be able to hear the background music, which is lovely.
Yeah, the background music of Morrowind is really nice. Yeah, it is. It's very soothing. Excuse me.
Mm.
So, where were you saying? Sorry, you've said it a few times. What area are we in the?
We're in the Mushroom Tower of the Mage Lord Diviathire, who's this guy here.
Yes, Outlander.
And I was supposed to bring him a little message, which I have.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to save this because I might die.
I was just looking on Twitter, and there was this note saying, "Good morning, Fredericton. This is in Canada. Help June Patterson get on the ballot." And June Patterson is she's from I think she's in the Communist Party of Canada, and she is for tenants' rights, environmental justice, peace and decolonization, and she's a trans woman and grocery store worker in Fredericton. So excuse me, I know nothing about her really, that's all there is, but I thought I'd mention her since she's in the Communist Party of Canada, and I think there's some kind of a election coming up, a local election or something, so you may wish to check her out. Excuse me. Actually, I'll put a link to that Twitter announcement, and people, always nice to have. Hi, Herb. Thanks for sticking with us with 4 starts already, Herb.
Yes.
Hopefully you're not getting any problems with hurricanes or tornadoes or whatever in Florida. No, sorry, Tampa. That's right, Tampa, Florida, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they often have problems with hurricanes down there, but
I really thought we were finished for the night, that last crash. I shouldn't speak too soon, though, should I?
yeah. Well, I think they've updated No Man's Sky, and it's a little bit more resource intensive now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And which might be very sad.
Yeah. Well, not if we are able to upgrade. Hey.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that on Twitter, ivermectin has been, that word that is verboten, has been trending all day, which is kind of ridiculous. I haven't mentioned it. Like usually, it'll mention things in the side trending area where that's, usually something you may have mentioned somewhere, but and it's got 53,000 tweets, and I don't believe
Why is
there's
this keep
anything
doing it?
organic about that. I feel like Twitter is, Big Pharma or something is involved there somewhere. There's nothing organic about Twitter's side trending topics and stuff there. And some things you have no choice but to look at, like the constant propaganda about Afghanistan up the top there, up the top of the thing. Anyway. Well, that's
Yeah,
good
I
to
don't
hear,
pay any
Herb.
attention. I think I've got a mental
Yeah, you don't have any
protective
choice.
block.
You don't have any choice. If you're
I
on Twitter, it's on the right. It's the right.
I know
hand
it's
side.
there, but I never. It's like ads. I absolutely tune them out.
Right.
Yeah.
I like to see what kind of propaganda is being pushed by the corporate media and the corporate social, the Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it really bothers me.
Yeah.
Because it's just sort of like just everything is just so propagandized and stuff. It's just like it's just everywhere. It's coming at you from all angles. It's no wonder people just have no clue,
Yeah.
what's really going on. And a lot of people are so easily led,
Yeah.
like they go along with the whatever propaganda is being put out about the leaving, the so-called leaving Afghanistan. You want to sit on my lap, Evie?
Yeah.
Come
Well, I
sit on
mean,
my
they're all
lap,
concerned
sweetie.
about women, which is, of course, a very
Bubby.
valid thing. But
You want to sit
to
on
be
my lap?
concerned about women under the Taliban, because it's pretty misogynist.
Sorry,
But
say that again.
I mean, it's very valid to be worried about women under the Taliban because they're fairly misogynist or very misogynist.
Sure, but then
But,
you
like, honestly, really, does anybody think that bringing the U.S. Army back?
yeah, when they've
Yeah.
been raping and pillaging and killing women
Yeah,
and children
yeah.
for the last 20 years.
20 years, and
I mean,
whole
I've heard it-
families,
Yeah,
grandparents,
exactly. As
and
if
children, and everything else.
as if they've been bringing human rights to Afghanistan. Please.
Yeah.
I heard this story actually, and it was about Afghanistan. No, was it about Iraq? No, it was Iraq. Sorry, I was going to tell a short story that a vet told about at Abu Ghraib, a village. Apparently, there's a village called Abu Ghraib or a town called Abu Ghraib. Apart from the Abu Ghraib,
The prison.
the prison, yeah.
The prison
Well, I
was
guess
at
that's
that town.
in Abu Ghraib. Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's true. And so, yeah, he had this story about the troops going in and shooting up the town, and there was I don't know, there was a lot of people killed, and there was even animals killed. They just went in there and free fire zone sort of thing. Anyway, that happens all the time. So they've done nothing but terrorize that Afghanistan. Well, for the last 40 years in a way, haven't they, Didi?
Yeah.
It's just disgusting. And now suddenly everybody's concerned about Afghanistan. Not
Yeah.
a peep really in the last 20 years.
What gets me
God.
is, like, basically, where did the Taliban come from? The U.S. funded the Mujahideen and Al-Qaeda. They helped create Al-Qaeda to make trouble for the Russians when the Russians were there. And the Russians were actually, sure, it was imperialist, but they were actually doing good things for women. Women were going to university and, that kind of stuff. Women's rights were very good under the Russians. Not that that's an excuse really for imperialism.
No.
But, if you're concerned about women, well, they were doing pretty well there.
Yeah.
But the U.S., of course, being empire, wanted to disturb the USSR,
Yeah.
and so they funded the Mujahideen. But the Mujahideen, initially were basically the warlords who were in the north of um, Afghanistan,
Uh-huh.
and that's where a lot of that group came. But they actually didn't want to spend all the money themselves
Yeah.
funding that, so they hang on. Did I take the coded message? Yes, I did.
How exciting.
Okay.
A 13-year-old was paid $20,000 by Frito-Lay, who has those 12-hour shifts 7 days a week, and people call them suicide shifts, and they've given a 13-year-old $20,000. They can't pay their workers properly, but they've given him $20,000 because he found a, quote, perfectly puffy chip, end quote.
Perfectly puffy.
Meanwhile, we're on the edge of extinction, but we've got puffy chips that are perfect.
I didn't think corn chips were supposed to be puffy.
No, they're not supposed to be puffy. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I think this is just a piece to run down millennials once again. I don't know. The corporate media seem to want to run down millennials at any chance, and so does Joe Biden. But it said this piece from the Business Insider, which, by the way, is pushing constant propaganda about Cuba.
Yeah.
60% of millennials earning over $100,000 say they're living paycheck to paycheck. I would like to. I'd be fine, thanks very much, on $100,000 a year.
Yes.
And I don't think I'd be living paycheck to paycheck. Where are they living?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, some people have a lifestyle that requires a whole lot of money. Obviously.
Did
I? No.
So, I haven't looked into this, but Trudeau has called an election, and what is his ratings up or something? And what happened to all those scandals? Nothing really. He's running again. I mean, wasn't there some sort of scandal that he was involved in?
I don't know. We'd have to ask our Canadian friends.
Yeah. So I tried to. I'm trying to find another platform that I can go to if YouTube eventually decides that
none of this sort of content.
No, more anti-imperialism, or say, oh, you're just an anti-Semite because you're talking about Palestinian rights, so we'll just dice you. I don't know. So I was trying to find another platform, and the only one I could find is a kind of a right-wingy sort of platform, Rumble, which Glenn Greenwald has joined, and Tulsi Gabbard and people like that, and I think it's kind of right-wingy sort of thing, and that's the only thing I could join because Rockfin won't allow me to be a creator on there. And I think it's because I just don't have tens of thousands of people following me on YouTube. And the whole idea of these other alternate platforms, you would think that Rockfin would think, well, we shouldn't be gauging their number count, on YouTube
where the algorithms just suppress you.
Yeah,
like
so
crazy.
It's just kind of ridiculous. So I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, maybe they just think my content is yuck and they don't want me on there, but it's like, it seems like anybody they allow to be on Rockfin have got like at least 10,000 people or something like that.
Yeah.
So on YouTube, so that's a really bad criteria to allow somebody to create content. And And why is it that they're deciding who can create content and who can't? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what is that? And nobody seems
Yeah.
to mention that. Like, everybody goes, "Oh, Rockfin.
Rockfin
oh, look,
is so
Didi,
great.
Look at him.
You should get
Didi,
on Rockfin.
Didi,
Yes, well.
look at him. Look.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
He's a big baby.
Swifty's laying on Didi's table, and he looks so cute. He's such a little trundlebug.
Two-thirds of my desk is actually
Yeah.
cat beds.
Yeah.
So, and every so often they get up and get pushy and want me to.
Yeah. And so anyway, so Rockfin, I mean, nobody seems to mention that Rockfin only seems to allow people to actually create content. You can't go on there and just start doing it.
Yeah.
What is that? How is that any good?
Yeah.
That they pick and choose who they're going to allow.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
is that,
particularly if you want to
how is
get
that free?
onto a different channel because your stuff is being suppressed.
Yeah.
And they
But
go,
how is that free though? Everybody goes, "Oh, look, you can say anything you like on Rockfin. Isn't that great?" Yeah, if you can get on Rockfin, you can
Yeah.
say anything you like.
Yeah.
But they decide if you can get on Rockfin.
Yeah.
Rockfin decides if you can say anything.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's
how-
more restrictive than YouTube.
Oh, hi,
in
Michael.
fact.
How are you? I'm just having a whinge.
Hi, Michael.
Just having a whinge about Rockfin and how they decide who can be a creator on Rockfin and who can't. And they don't. They told me this is about a couple of months ago. They told me we don't think your content fits our platform. And I was thinking, what? You don't think my content fits your platform when you've got other anti-imperialists on there?
Yeah.
I mean, I just prefer them be honest and say, well, you've only got 1,650, subscribers on YouTube. Why is YouTube a decider, the subscriber number you've got there, to whether you can be a creator on that sort of platform? So anyway, I'm not greatly enamored with them, even though I've joined so I can watch, Status Quo, and Ben Norton has started up a channel now, and there. So anyway, and then Rumble. So the only place I can actually go to where I can upload any length of video is a right-wing platform, Rumble,
Yeah.
where we've got all kinds of people there, and I imagine there'll be lots of QAnoners. So here I am on this probably full-on right-wing channel. I know that
in there with the racists and the whatever.
Yeah, that's the only place that I can do something alternative. And mine's is only allows 20-minute duration videos, and quite a few of mine are more than that. So that kind of doesn't really suit, because I can't upload everything that I do, particularly when you do a live stream, and that's like 3 or 4 hours long or whatever. And it doesn't have that ability either to do a live stream. But then Rumble has its own problems, doesn't it, Didi? It seems like it's almost like almost like a web thing where you have to pay money to have a certain amount of gigabytes, or not gigabytes, to have
That's
a certain...
Minds.
No, Rumble
does that too.
Yeah, remember you had a look in...
I was looking at Minds, I think, wasn't it?
No, we were looking at Rumble.
Oh, that's right, I was looking at Rumble.
So that has limitations too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, what else is there? There's Odyssey, which looks kind of wacky.
Odyssey is another of those.
Yeah.
Free speech, meaning, yes, all the Nazis can join.
Yeah. So I don't know. Not looking
and
good.
And the Trumpers and the all of those people.
Michael said, yeah, I don't know how the folks behind Rockfin decide who they let on their platform. My guess is that they want to be picky in the beginning, however long that might be. Yeah, that's probably true. Picky in the beginning and just get big.
Well, are they going
channels
to improve,
that have
though?
a certain 10,000 or more or something, so that they can attract people. But I mean, why don't they just tell me that? Just sort of say, look, we're looking for big channels, and sorry, instead of saying your content isn't. And then he asked me after that, he said, after he said your content isn't, doesn't seem to fit, then he asked me like 2 emails later, can you post me your video link, your channel link and I'll have a look at it. So he hadn't even looked at, did he?
Yeah.
He hadn't even looked at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
channel
Yeah.
to see if my content fit
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He didn't have any idea really, and it was just probably looking at the size of your channel.
I don't know. Maybe just the size and stuff. Anyway, yeah, they should tell you what exactly the reason is to not let you on.
And they should say, if you, unless you're going to have this many thousand people.
Yeah. But I mean, like I don't know if that's the case, but it seems like everybody they've had on so far, has been fairly big. They have a big following on YouTube, and they, you know what I mean? Big names and stuff, if you can say that.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I don't know. It's all a bit of a shit show, really, the whole, the whole social media thing. It's kind of makes me tired.
Yeah.
It really does. How have you been, Michael? This is the fourth time we tried to start this live stream, and the only reason it was successful is because we changed over to Morrowind. We were doing Open Sky. No Man's Sky, sorry, but Didi said that they seem to have upgraded No Man's Sky, and I think that might be too much for Didi's computer, so...
My computer's having problems anyway. It's suffering
it is.
a bit.
I think it's time something was done about it, Didi.
What?
I think it was time something was done about it. Your
computer,
yeah.
Oh, well, I'll buy a bigger SSD. I really think it's a lot because there's only a limit in the SSD. And Windows seems to have filled it up, even though I put most of my programs on other drives.
How do you do?
Yeah.
May we talk?
And yeah, it's just a pain in the ass.
Excuse me. And apparently fentanyl, which is, I don't know, 100 times more powerful than heroin, isn't it? Well, it's very powerful anyway.
Yeah,
it's creeping into the mainstream drug supply. Not that I don't really know anybody that does cocaine or anything, but apparently overdose deaths. Oh, this is also other different sorts of drugs, but overdose deaths soared nearly 30% from 2019 to more than 93,000 in 2020. I'm assuming this is in the US, according to preliminary CDC data in July. This sharp increase is driven by fentanyl, according to the White House. Fentanyl and its analogs figured in 62% of deaths. So that's really sad. Fentanyl-laced cocaine. Holy Toledo.
Fentanyl what?
Fentanyl-laced cocaine.
Oh, God.
Meth, ecstasy, and other drugs. Could you imagine that? Jesus.
Yeah.
So the harm reduction specialists say start slowly, don't use alone, carry naloxone, and use test strips to detect potential contamination. Well, if you're as together as that, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of people as together as that to have all of that there. Anyway, I remember Chris Hedges talking about in his book, The Farewell Tour, the that dealers would put a little bit of fentanyl into one of the bags of heroin, in amongst a bunch of bags, that were sold to somebody, and this would happen on occasion, and if that person overdosed and died or whatever, it would be seen as like a selling point, that heroin or whatever was really strong, and so it was really good to buy. So the deaths of people was seen as a selling point for that particular user, and they used to be able to increase their sort of user base kind of thing, which is really sad. That was a really I sort of got to I haven't read the whole book because it kind of when it started going through the awful things that neoliberalism was doing to people, like personal stories, it was so sort of kind of harrowing, and it was just really hard to get through. So I was starting to feel traumatized, so I had to stop. But I really must go on further, because it was very good. But it really gave that book. It really gave you at that, up to the point I was reading, is sort of what a mess. It could have been called America, the failed state, kind of thing, because it was just really sad. Anyway, Michael said, yeah, they lace cocaine with fentanyl and their customers aren't aware of it. The use their usual amount and overdose. Yeah, that's something that wouldn't even occur to me if I used cocaine. That you'd have fentanyl in there, Dee. I mean, like, how is that gonna bring back repeat customers too? Meaning, if they don't die, it's like you could understand them maybe putting a little bit of fentanyl. Actually, even that's a bad idea, of course, but putting some fentanyl in heroin, right? Didi? But cocaine, that's not really that kind of effect people are looking for, is it? You know what I mean? In cocaine, that's not compatible. That's like putting Valium in speed or something, isn't it? Kind of, as a bad example. Anyway, no, I haven't. I'm not on the Clubhouse app, Herb. I'm kind of I unless there's a way of talking about something important on there. I haven't really thought about it. The Clubhouse app. Clubhouse. I don't know. I heard something about it when it first started. Oh no! And just warnings. You have to do a lot of killing in this Morrowind, hey, Didi. You have to, like, people come after you and animals come after you, and so you have to do sort of Oh, you're dead? Oh, okay. Oh, there he goes. Oh, there he went over. Huh? Yeah, there was 2 of them coming at you too. Five or six of them? How come, Didi? And it looks like Donald Trump has already started his, or did he ever stop? He's already started his campaign 2024 run by going on Fox News and talking about how awful refugees and asylum seekers are. We've got to bash up the the people fleeing U.S. intervention in their country and stuff, and meddling, and
you're in good company, friend.
Yeah. So that's what I didn't get to watch the whole interview, but I mean that's he's it's almost like 2015 all over again now. It's almost like nothing's happened except that he's been president, and it's just sort of gone back to it's like Groundhog Day. And and of course it's so easy to target Joe Biden. Hannity referred to Joe Biden as President Mr. Sippy Cup, which I mean, even though that's kind of sad and everything, but I mean it's kind of close to the truth, isn't it? Mr. Sippy Cup, I'm sad to say. Oh, hi Dawn, how are you? This is our fourth try at starting this live stream because we were using a game, No Man's Sky, which is a little bit more demanding, and so we crashed 3 times. Excuse me. So we decided to do Morrowind instead, and that's less demanding. So it seems, which is great because I was wondering what was going on, and anyway, and I was just talking about Donald Trump's beginning of his campaign run for 2024, and it's just gonna be, and the mainstream media, the corporate media, will be just thrilled because they haven't known what to do, and their ratings have been plummeting, and they'll be thrilled that he's back in the scene again because now they can just carry on. Yeah, lots of things to talk about, and they'll make plenty of bucks from people tuning in, and Rachel Maddow will be thrilled. I don't know what I don't really follow corporate media, but I don't know what she's been talking about since he left. Probably, I don't know. I don't really watch it. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Herb was. Oh, Herb was saying I was watching Chris Hedges dropping truth bombs part 4. I recommend it. I'll have a look at that. And Dawn was saying I'm good. Tired from the cats keeping me up. Oh, yeah. Yes, we know about that. I get trampled in the morning by little Aoife and Nandi. Nandi's a big black cat, and Aoife's the youngest. And they both get into sort of, although Nandi's a bit more polite, but Aoife is a little, he kind of just stomps around. He's like a little goat on the side of a hill. Hey Didi. It's like you're a little hill and he's just stomping around and crawling all over you, and so anyway. Oh yeah, he has a really good chance of winning in 2024, Michael. Really good chance. Yeah, I think unless they come up with a competent fascist between now and then, which could happen. There could be somebody comes out of nowhere like Eric Prince or I don't know. I can imagine Trump choosing Lauren Bobbitt. Is it Lauren Bobbitt or Bobert, or the woman that has the guns, and she's like a smart version of Sarah Palin, but kind of really, really, what would you say? And that's a low bar. Smart version of Sarah Palin.
What is it, Fred?
But her ads are so. She has guns that she wears on. She's really into guns, and she's into all the right things, and I think they'd eat her up with a spoon because she's like another Sarah Palin, except more together in some ways. Like I say, it's a low bar, and she was the one that did that. Was giving the location of Nancy Pelosi on January 6th. She was telling people on Twitter, through Twitter, where she was located. And but she still, she didn't ever get charged with anything or questioned. She's still in Congress, It's okay to give the whereabouts of someone so that a angry mob can go and find them and kill her. That's okay. So anyway, I could see her as a VP for Trump or some competent fascist that they might find between now and then, now and the election. So yeah, imagine Eric Prince is president. Yeah, Michael said, and Dawn said that's how my cats are. The littlest one is the worst. She climbs all over me. Yeah, yes, you just become like a little hill that they stomp all over. And it's funny because if we lock him out of the room, because sometimes you just want a proper sleep and be able to sleep in, but he kind of gets started at 5:30 or sometimes earlier, but usually it's like 5:36, and he starts to make these little wildcat sounds outside the door, and in a sort of a little bit of a desperate way. It really sounds like that. Yeah. Yeah, like that. He doesn't meow. He makes these funny little brips. Yeah. Yeah. So he does that for a while, and then he gives up and walks away. But it's so sad.
I love the way when he goes to stalk somebody, go after somebody, he'll run after to try and sneak up and
Yeah.
jump on them. And on his way he'll be going,
Yeah, yeah. Instead of being a kind of stalky boy, he's making these little, like, sort of like a little charge noise as he's running at them. He doesn't really know how to stalk, does he, Diddy?
make fun of it and say it's his little key eyes. He particularly likes
I would be honored to trade wares with you.
between them, but one of our cats. He'll jump on him, and Arun will just take him and go floof, and push him down on the floor.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He knocks him over in no time.
Yeah, yeah.
And he'll just sort of walks away.
Yeah, yeah.
And I call
And he always has this startled look on his face when Arun walks away. Hey. Hey, Nandi.
doing that kind of thing.
Hey,
And Arun will just keep knocking him over. And I
get up
say
here.
it's Arun is his sensei. He's trying to learn
Yeah,
how to do takedowns.
yeah, yeah.
And of course his sensei will always win.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But he just keeps doing it.
He's adorable. Excuse me. God, Ron DeSantis, that would be awful, Dawn. I like that Ron death sentence. That's excellent. Ron death sentence. That's the Florida guy, isn't it? Ron DeSantis, who's a big anti-masker, anti this and that. And Dawn thinks that he might run in 2024. Yeah, well, it's the usual suspects, isn't it, all the time, like Marco Rubio and who's that guy that looks like the Count Dracula? Why do I always blank on that guy's name, Diddy? You know the guy? Ted Cruz, yeah. Yeah, Ted Cruz. and you know, the usual suspects that never ever get anywhere, but they always run. Who else? But it seems like they're pulling in the billionaires now. There'll probably be a stage full of billionaires for the GOP, don't you reckon? Just they'll all be billionaires. Forget the others, and yeah, I mean, maybe Tucker Carlson will run. But his ratings don't seem to be very good in the GOP. Like they don't seem to favour him much. I think Donald Trump's the one. Oh, you're in the middle of Trump country. Which one? Which state is Trump country? Didi? Which state is that? Is that Florida?
Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, most of the South.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. Hey.
Arizona is Trump country.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, everybody's obviously going to have amnesia and of anything that he's done, even if their relatives have died from COVID. Is he going to have? Is everybody just going to have amnesia and just carry on like nothing happened? You know? Jesus. And I can imagine this happening too with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders will probably run again in 2024, and it'll just be Groundhog Day again for the third time, and they'll sabotage him again, and then he won't call them out, and everybody will be saying, I'm never gonna I'm never gonna do that again. Well, you won't have to, because you'll probably retire or die. I know, but it's like this would be the like it's two times already, twice. He's let them sabotage him, and he hasn't called them out. This will be like it'll be the third time, and I will be pulling my hair out if I see throngs of people shouting his name as he say, "Are you ready for a revolution?" Do you know what I mean? For a third time. I mean, I'll just, it will, that'll be insane, won't it? Oh, in Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Is that Trump territory? Wow. Steve Grumbine lives in Pennsylvania too. It's a rural area. Okay, a rural area where Dawn is. Right. Lots of guns and Michael said, I wonder how many people are going to go blue no matter who when Trump is the Republican nominee. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Agent Beans. We haven't met before, but welcome. Agent Beans. We haven't met Agent Beans before. Did I post a link to this on Twitter? Thanks, Herb, for reposting. This will be the fourth thing Herb has reposted on Twitter. Didi. That's very nice. Thanks for doing that, Herb. I don't know, I've got this hankering for something to eat, it's probably because it's getting late now, and that's just naughty. Corn chips, yeah, we could have some corn chips, couldn't we? They are naughty, I guess. We could just know when to stop. That's the problem, isn't it? It's knowing when to stop. I hope they don't put anything weird in there like fructose corn syrup or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just salt and fat.
Yeah, that's probably
I
enough.
could get you a bowl.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. And maybe a little bit of salsa, except that we'll have to take turns eating because it'll be crunchy. That's weird. That didn't work out properly. Sugar. It's alright, Nandi. Oops. Weird things are happening. Anyway, Didi, you could, why is... I was just wondering why Jim Backer was trending. I was just wondering why Jim Backer was trending. We should the survival pantry. Has anybody seen? I must post this video, link to this video. Excuse me, it's hilarious. It's Jim Backer and his survival pantry. Hang on, and Vic Berger. Let me see if I can find it. Jim Backer. Honestly, it's really weird. Jim Backer's buckets. Here it is. Is this it? I can't hear it. I don't know if this is it, but it's it looks like it. It looks like it, but it probably isn't. Anyway, this is I don't know if this is the one, but honestly, he's got these buckets of you might even be able to play it, Didi. It might be. Is it really difficult to maybe play the? Just wait a minute. Let me see if I can find the one that is the really crazy one. And I'll send it to you because this might be the one. Oh no, it's the absolute best of Jim Backer. No, that's not the one. Vic Berger. Let's see. I'll just search and see if I can find this. Because honestly, you'll laugh. It's just so... I remember when I was in the US in 1999 and I was, or was it 2000, sorry, 2000, and they had, you know, that channel, was it Channel 900 or something, or Club 900 with Pat Robinson. This is like, and I was just thinking, oh my God, this guy is, you know, really, really out there. Like, it's quite shocking because we really didn't have that kind of... Here we go. Vic Berger presents... No, that's not it. It could be... No, this is the one. Pastor Jim Backer helps you stay alive during the apocalypse. I think that's the one. Yep. Let me have a look and I'll see. Yes, this is it, Didi. So I'll send this to you, yeah? I'll send it by Facebook or something, yep. Didi? Shall I send it by Facebook? Okay. I'll send it. There you go. I think that's the one. This is great. I don't know. I don't think Vic Berger will mind if we play it during a live stream. Anyway, there you go. And I've put it in the live stream thing too, Didi. So we'll try and play this because I think you'll find it. I think you'll find it. I hope you find it funny. What's this, Didi, in this thing? What is that? That looks hot chili. Oh no, that'd be too hot for me, I think. I know. It looks... I think I prefer the salsa though, but it's okay. That'll do. Oh. If you look closely at it, Didi, it doesn't look very appetizing. Have you had a look at it? Anyway, Didi's gonna... Oh, sorry, I'll turn my mic off. I'm sorry. Hi, Jen. Sorry, I forgot to turn my mic off. I was eating corn chips. It's very rude. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to play this. Hopefully it'll be loud enough. This is Pastor Jim Backer helps you stay alive during the apocalypse. Do you want to make it bigger, Dee Dee?
We have begun the time of trouble. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Be prepared.
No,
This is it. This is it.
It is. It is. It is.
Tell you.
So the Lord said to me, Basta!
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's enough. Basta, Satan.
Hallelujah.
Basta! 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 Basta!
Stop it.
Basta!
We'll just line it up. this, this is so correct. You still got, hey Didi, you still got Morrowind and the music in the background. This is so correct. You still got Morrowind and the music in the background. Okay, you'll just have to have Morrow background music while we watch this, so it might take some of the edge off this. But anyway.
We have begun
That's right.
the time of trouble. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
We're getting there. Dee Dee's just got to. Are you saving this, Dee Dee? Dee Dee's just got to save the Morrowind thing first before. We're getting there. Dee Dee's just got to. Are you saving this, Dee Dee? Dee Dee's just got to save the Morrowind. Our production values are a bit sad.
We have begun
That's right.
the time of trouble. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Be prepared.
No,
This is it. This is it.
It is. It is. It is.
I'm telling
So
you.
the Lord said to me, Basta! I'm telling you, it's enough. Basta, Satan.
Hallelujah.
Basta! 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 Basta!
Stop it. Stop it.
Basta!
Stop it! Basta!
Basta!
Pray for our president. The president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, said, five of my favorite words are, I am praying for you. And that's what he needs. he needs prayer protection, and the whole family. They all need the prayers. And we got some mature leadership, and yet immature people are trying to tear him down. And it's good. The bottom line is, as Jim has taught us, it's good against evil. It's just bottom line basics. Yeah.
It's much closer to the end than you thought.
That's right.
Wow.
Be prepared. It's always good to be prepared because you have no idea what tomorrow will bring.
That's right.
And it's going to come unexpectedly.
Yeah.
A desperate end coming to the United States of America.
Sure.
The sun might plunge into deep solar minimum, which could cause part of Earth's atmosphere to collapse. That's one news.
Wow. Yeah.
Be prepared. I believe, this is just what I believe, but I believe
That's right.
it's not going to get better and better. I want to remind you to be ready.
Wow.
There's nowhere in the Bible that it says it's going to get better and better in the last days.
Perilous times are coming.
Be prepared.
The one word that just kept coming back to me from a selfish standpoint was, Lori, if you don't do this for anybody else, do it for your 5 children that were aborted and are in heaven.
Basta! I'm staying alive, staying alive.
Yeah.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
I mean, look at the brown. Look at how it's brown.
We are in the final days.
Wow.
We are in the last days.
That's right.
You know, what's wrong with stacking some food away?
It's delicious. It's tasty. It's seasoned just right. It's not over seasoned. It's not under seasoned.
Get your food. Start ordering food.
This food is the Cadillac of food.
It truly is. This is the best food.
Yes.
It's pancakes.
Yeah.
It's pizzas.
People need to understand they're not getting sawdust and salt and cardboard.
Right.
You could sit on this pot. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Are you listening to me, Grandpa?
This will truly help you in a serious meltdown or apocalyptic event or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Staying alive.
Yes.
The Bible says a fool
That's right.
sees trouble ahead and doesn't prepare.
That's right.
Jesus said there's coming a time when there will be no food to eat.
That's right.
Am I a fool? Judgment is coming.
So anyway, I better finish this mouthful.
Judgment's coming. It's coming. God showed me last night. Lori was with me.
It's like non-stop going on.
Jesus said there's coming a...
Anyway, we won't play anymore because we don't want to get Vic Berger upset because we're playing too many of his videos. But anyway, I love that. I love that one with the apocalypse pantry. That's fantastic. What else is funny on... I'm just trying to think of anything else. Oh, he does one about with Trump and the space... there was one with Trump and the Space Force. That was pretty funny, actually. It was kind of
there was a big long one that had him with a lot of those buckets. His tasty pantry things and mixing up this rice and beans.
Oh yes,
and,
rice and beans.
God,
in
it
a
was
huge kind of a cauldron sort of thing on the floor.
You know,
and I think he gives it to the audience.
and he was showing how he loved it, and it was just so delightful.
Let me see if I can find this one of the Space Force.
Yeah.
Trump's Space Force.
You want me to try to find it? Or?
I think I'll be able to. There's one about Jordan Peterson weeping over individualism. That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. Oops.
Nandy's trying to eat my corn chips.
I have a great selection.
Yeah, I can't find the Space Force thing. You might be able to find it, Didi. Although it's probably better if I find it, because you don't want to go away from your screen.
Well, yes. I'll carry on down the mushroom.
Yeah,
town.
I'll have a look and see if I can find. Excuse me.
I don't know what anybody's saying to any of this.
Hmm?
I can't see any comments, so I don't know what anybody's saying to any of this.
Hey, old friend.
No, I can't find it. The Space Force. That must have been a little while. That must have been a while ago.
I don't know where to begin. It is such an honor to meet you.
Let's see. Space Force. Oh, here he goes. Yeah. Trump unfurls the flag. Shall I send that to you, Didi?
Okay. Are people okay with more of these
it's very short, that one, and then we'll probably finish with Vic Berger.
You and I
Oh, hi Diana, how are you?
very close.
We were just showing
some Vic
a
Berger
Vic Berger video of Jim Bakker and his survival apocalypse
His tasty pantry.
Tasty pantry.
They're
Which doubles as a poo bucket.
I don't know where to begin.
It may start out as a poo bucket, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, most of the freeze-dried foods are oat-based. Yeah. Yeah.
Most of what?
Most of Jen was saying most of the freeze-dried foods are oat-based, cheap stuff. Anyway, Didi, I put that in your messenger thing.
Okay.
May you find me.
And then we'll just go back to regular programming.
Yeah. Well, I'll turn the sound down on this again. Okay. And
Hey, hi Nandi. Yeah, I know, Dawn. It's crazy. He sort of says something about what about you, Grandpa? I mean, he said to somebody in the audience about, when you gotta go, you gotta go. What about you, Grandpa? And he's got the bucket in his hand.
It's fantastic, Roger. I love it. That is great.
Anyway,
That's fantastic.
That's really beautiful. Wow, that's beautiful. Wow, that's it. I don't see how they could steal the Star Trek emblem. Wow.
It was just basically making fun of that. They actually call those people guardians of the Space Force or something, which is just sad. Anyway. Anyhow, we should probably stop playing his videos, but they make me laugh. I don't know. There's something, they're so bizarre that it's kind of, you got to laugh at what's going on, otherwise it's just too, it's too dystopian. You got to find some fun in there somewhere. Hey, Didi. So where are we now in Morrowind? Yeah.
When people get godlike powers, they often go a little bit crazy.
Right.
And this is Tel Benora, and it's the mushroom tower of Mistress Thorana, who is a crazy mage lord.
Mistress Thorana?
Yes.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And the mage lords, once they've attained a certain level of magic, are able to extend their lives for hundreds or thousands of years.
Extend their lives.
So these mage lords may be thousands of years old.
Oh.
And they have all this power and...
right.
What do you want us to know?
Holly didn't come back, hey?
No.
Holly was talking about the Hurricane Henry, is it?
Yeah.
She lives up in the northeast. So, do you get affected by Hurricane Henry, Dawn? Yeah, isn't it, Michael? More for the weapons industry, the Space Force.
Yeah. How to weaponize space. Thailand has put up a satellite recently.
What's that?
Thailand has put up a satellite recently. Looks like China's going to be on the moon before the US.
Again?
What?
Again, China?
Well, I think having a base on the moon.
Oh, having a base on the moon?
Yeah.
Oh, you got 7 inches of rain from it. Wow. Can you have a water tank, Dawn?
Oh. That's right, I have to find.
Michael, how's things going in your part of Germany? Now, I've got to try and remember what that's called. I've forgotten what the name of where Michael lives in Germany. I even looked it up.
Friesland?
No. Excuse me. I wrote this really good submission for the independent, you know, that Australian independent something, Australian network, Independent Peace Australian Network. I wrote this really good submission and I don't think they posted it. They post all these submissions, you know, like the anti-war type things or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't think they posted mine.
Oh no. Oh, that's
Yeah.
terrible.
And I put effort into that.
Yeah.
Why, Dee Dee?
I don't know. Why are people like
Why
that?
didn't they? Lower Saxony, Lower Saxony, yeah. The most boring part of the country.
Is it?
Oh.
Oh.
Just the way I like it, Michael said. It looks nice though, Lower Saxony, Michael.
Yes. Where the English came from.
So we're not allowed in the RV park where I live. Would be nice, but it would freeze solid in winter. I see. How do you get around that, Dee Dee?
What's
you know,
that?
when it's if you have a water tank and it's really cold.
Yeah.
How do you get around that?
A water tank.
Yeah, in the cold, real cold, where it freezes.
Basically, it's very difficult to do it. We used to drain our hot water heaters because they would freeze otherwise. In New Mexico, we had to bury our pipes, and you had these things called stop and waste.
Stop and waste.
Yeah, because the ground would freeze down to about a meter. You had to bury the pipe lower than that.
Oh, that's right.
And stop and waste, you'd lift when you closed it, it closed a valve at the bottom of this thing, like 4 feet down.
Yeah.
And then let the water run out into a bed of rocks, so there was no water in the pipe.
Right.
Because otherwise it would freeze and the pipes would break.
Right.
Which is no good at all.
No. So...
Now where's that apothecary?
I see. So it's kind of like Lower Saxony is kind of sort of a bit closer to the Netherlands, isn't it? Kind of, and it's not that far from Hanover and Bremen.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
I've only been to Berlin in Germany, and that was really nice. And it was totally... I didn't really know anything about it, and I, for some reason, expected it to be kind of drab and stuff, but it was actually really kind of beautiful and lively and great food. I don't think we'll probably ever be able to get to Europe again with all this COVID stuff, which is kind of sad. Wow, 10 minutes from the border. That's what's the name of that river there? The Aller River. So you're not too far from the Aller River. Huh. That's a long river, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Wow. So anyway, I didn't win many friends with my COVID video, did I, Dee Dee?
No, no. You
Which
lost,
I knew
what,
I
about
wouldn't.
4 or 5
Yeah, I lost about 4 or 5
subscribers.
subscribers.
Yes.
Oh, is that what it is? The Elbe. Oh, okay. Ah. The Elbe River. That's what
yeah.
it is, Dee Dee. Excuse me. That's a long river, Michael. So, has the rainfall
What
been
am I to
okay
tell you?
where you are,
confirmed the day
Michael?
is
Like, I
yours.
mean, or
What
are
should we talk
rivers
about?
drying up, or what's the story? Hello, you. I've got Nandi sitting in my lap. Nandi's a beautiful black cat, and he's so sweet, isn't he, Dee Dee?
He is.
I know we carry on about the cats, but they're just gorgeous. Aren't they? Just such loving little beings. I'm closer to Amsterdam than Hanover, by the way. Oh, okay then. So you get to go to Amsterdam every so often for a little trip, something to do. I've been to Amsterdam. That was really nice, actually, when I was there.
Amsterdam
It
is
was
lovely.
ages ago, though, now.
We were living there. I was living there for a while in the early 70s.
Yeah.
And the Caboteurs were in power in Amsterdam, and they parts of the New Market that had been condemned. People were kind of breaking into the houses, fixing them up, and then the police would come by, and if they looked like they'd fixed them up nicely, they would turn the power and water back on. Because there was a major housing crisis even then.
Wow.
And they'd condemned a huge area of old houses, and they weren't going to do anything with them for like decades.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think they did their subway and knocked down all those houses until the 90s, I think.
Oh. What are you responding to, Dawn? Wow, you said, wow, really, Trish. What was it that I said? Michael said, I don't get around a lot these days, but I have been to Amsterdam more often than excuse me, I've been to Hanover or Berlin, for that matter. Oh, okay.
Amsterdam is nice.
I love that Tiergarten through Berlin. The canals and everything, and it's really lovely.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful park. Excuse me.
I've never been to Berlin.
No.
Been to Munich and spent some time there. But
I've never been to Munich.
Please join me.
It's lucky we went there, because I don't think we'll be able to go there for a long time.
Please, go ahead, Outlander. I'm listening.
So, oh yeah, like the COVID video, yeah. Yeah, I lost about 5 people after that, which, in some ways isn't surprising, because, I mean, people are very, people sort of generally is either one way or the other. They're either, think that if you're okay taking a vaccine, or if you think wearing masks is okay, then you're sort of like completely brainwashed and part of the establishment or something.
yes, part of the conspiracy to destroy.
Yeah, and then you and that you
something.
haven't got any sort of nuanced position, like it's like you're either this or that, which is not really what that video was like. And somebody took exception to me using the word COVIDiots and thought it was about everybody, which it wasn't. It was about people who didn't want to wear masks around, with this Delta variant. That's really more what I was using it for. And I rarely use kind of
that kind of language.
but I was just feeling a bit fed up, and so I used that word, and somebody took offense to it.
I don't
But
know
anyway,
where to
that's
begin.
how it
It is
goes.
such an honor to me.
Yeah, I don't get the problem with the masks either. I mean, when I was nursing, I mean, wearing masks was just like nobody, you know what I mean? It's a smart thing to do sometimes, wearing masks.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
it's
and
an
it's not
essential
it's
thing
not
to
such
do.
a hardship.
No.
It's just it's just a thing on your face. It's not like, sure it can be, but I mean, if it can't, sure it can be annoying in summer and stuff. But I mean, when you think about the possible consequences on other people, then you just sort of do it.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. It's just become so politicized that it's like, I think it wouldn't matter what, you know what I mean? It just wouldn't matter.
What you're doing.
They'd buck up against anything. It's not so bad over here. There's a bunch of people in Australia that are a bit cracked with that, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
But it's like people can't seem to have a nuanced position about things anymore. It's like, it's like the
if
enemy.
You're being asked to do anything, then you're having all of your rights taken away.
Yeah, but I mean,
like,
you can't be sort of like, I don't embrace the whole, like, I don't think, oh, goody, 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 yes, stick that in my arm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you do what you think is the best thing at the time when you've got a choice between, it's spreading crazily and you might spread it to others, or going to ICU or dying, or, taking a chance on a vaccine, which, they're not new. mRNA vaccines aren't new. It's just sort of, I don't know. It's just strange. I can't believe that people are so wackadoo about this. I really can't. Like 40 years ago, Dee Dee, it wouldn't have been like this. I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry to sound like, when I was, but really people were just a little more level-headed about stuff, weren't they?
Yeah. And it's not like, like Australians are particularly respectful of authority or anything.
No, we're not.
I mean, if anything, Australians have, the deserved reputation that they're completely disrespectful of authority.
But when it comes to things like for
community, things are sensible, they do them.
Yeah, but when it comes to community stuff, it's sort of people try and do stuff that is beneficial for community. That's that used to be the thing. I think it's still kind of like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee Dee, I don't think we're that far gone that people don't care at all.
No.
I mean, in Tasmania, people are quite good, really, with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They're really quite cooperative, and I don't mean in a sort of a just do whatever anybody tells you kind of way. People think through it, don't they?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You sort of get labelled as sort of like if you think maybe it's a good idea to have the vaccine as opposed to ending up in ICU. People somehow think that you just do whatever you're told, which is just sort of like
nonsense.
It's not really how it is at all. And I'm as skeptical about governments as anybody.
Well, yeah, I think the government is a disgrace, really.
Yeah, it is.
Our government.
It is, and
but,
I don't believe anything that this government does.
That's just being sensible.
That if it was left up to Scott Morrison here, that he probably would have just let it go like Trump in a way, don't you think?
Yeah,
Dee Dee?
absolutely.
If it was left up to the Prime Minister, because he's just a Pentecostal, kind of
public relations
Christian
guy.
in quotes, and I hate using the word Christian for these people because it's not like I consider Cornel West a Christian. I don't consider any of these people that are,
Pentecostal
say they're Christians as Christians.
Whatever.
Yeah. he would have let everything just go to hell in a handbasket, I think, until it was affecting his popularity. Then he would have tried to rein it in, and it would have been too late by then. But the state leaders, premiers, were the ones that sort of saved the day, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah.
With the COVID thing.
Yeah. And that's premiers on both sides of politics. I mean, there are some premiers who are Labour politicians and some who are Liberal national politicians. But it doesn't matter. All of them are behaving sensibly, thank God.
Oh, look. Dawn was saying Delta is ravaging Pennsylvania or the rural area. The rural area you're in, Dawn, and
which
and there are
rural
no
area?
ICU beds available, she said. Well, that's just great. And you see, that's the thing, that was something they warned in Australia, that there was a specialist in ICU, so it said, it's not just people with COVID going to ICU that'll be a problem finding a bed. It's people that have any sort of situation where they need to go to ICU, which is always people in ICU. So they're going to have trouble, as well as people who have COVID. Like, that's what happened in India. People were dying outside the hospital in India because there were no beds left, and they were running out of oxygen. And I mean, the hospital system in India isn't great to start with. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been there, but it wasn't. There was a few hospitals, and then the others were just kind of not great.
There was a few hospitals that were, kind of more expensive and that were available for the better off people.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. It's like they don't realize that if their relative gets some other thing, like has a heart attack or has a car accident and needs to go to ICU. Well, if the ICU is full of COVID patients, that's just like tough luck, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
I imagine that and that's the other thing too, they may actually think, oh well, this person in ICU has got such extreme disease with COVID that we'll triage them, and we will take them off.
They were triaging them at one point.
Yeah, but I mean, even while they're in
really
there,
full.
though, Didi, they might even sort of go, well, we have that patient probably won't make it, so we'll in ICU. So we'll put this patient that has had a car accident, on a ventilator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that person, I don't know what they do. You know what I mean? But I don't know what they do actually in that situation.
Yeah.
But it's like they'd have to start doing that because, well, if you had a choice between someone who's probably not going to make it in a situation like that and someone you could help in ICU, and there's nowhere else
that's
they
what
can
triage
go.
is.
That's right. That's what I mean, though. But they usually don't do triage in ICU.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They do it in the emergency department.
Well, usually there's enough beds and
yes,
staff.
exactly. Which would be a really awful thing to have to do, but I'm sure they're doing it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, it'd be just awful. I don't even like to think about what might be going on in those hospitals. I bet you we'll find out in years to come. Somebody will write a book, and it'll just be the most horrific book. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
About what was going on all this time.
Yeah.
Because it must have been, I don't know how they cope with that. I'm so glad I'm not a health worker now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because,
I think it'd be really crazy.
Oh, it'd be awful. Absolutely awful. And it'd be so disturbing too, because I'm sure that sort of, having to triage people. And I mean, that story we heard in Texas.
What was that?
Was it Texas? That nurse said
yes. Yeah,
they
that
had
was in
some
Texas.
kind of, they called it the pit or something, and patients that they basically just written
they
off.
said when they go in there, they don't come out.
Yeah, I mean, hideous.
Yeah,
like just the PTSD that health workers will have from this.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Who was it that I read recently had that monoclonal antibodies thing that Trump was given? When he,
the comedian.
the comedian.
The comedian you like.
Oh no, that's Tim Dillon. Well,
Tim Dillon.
No.
Tim Dillon had the monoclonal antibodies.
No, I was thinking of
didn't
a politician.
he? Oh.
It was like some Republican who was anti-mask, and it wouldn't have been DeSantis, would it? That he got that cocktail that Trump got, and that kind of saved him.
Yeah.
Because apparently it works pretty well, with the, if you give it in the right in the beginning.
Yeah.
It sort of tends to work pretty well.
Yeah.
So
I see this land suits you. I can spare a few moments if you care to talk.
that was a pretty interesting live stream of Status Quo today or yesterday dawn. That was interesting. Sort of ins and outs of that, the efforts for trying to get Medicare for all and stuff was very interesting.
Hang on. Oops.
I was just looking up Monroe County on the on Wikipedia. 49,454 households.
The number of what?
169,842 people in Monroe County in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. Where's Monroe County?
So it's 36,000 Republican. This is as of December 2019.
Where is Monroe County?
Where is it? It's north. I think Dawn said it was the northeast or something. Northeast Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
And wow, the population increased by over 70% from 1990 to 2010. Excuse me.
Jail.
Anyway, it's mostly Democrats, apparently. Isn't it sad, though, that, like, you can actually, instead of there being any other party, it's like, well, there were this many Democrats and there's this many Republicans. Do you know what I mean? That's so crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Diddy.
Yeah.
To have, like, that you've only got, like, it's just they only talk about these two parties.
Yeah, it is.
And yet call it a democracy, even though, there's only really two parties.
And they're the same.
And, I mean, there's the Green Party, but, I mean, never gets in the debates, never gets mentioned.
Never gets a look in.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have, like, dozens of parties on the ballot sheet, like dozens. And some of them are kind of a bit,
The car party,
The car party and there's a party called, what is it? And which actually not a bad party, really. It's got good policies. The sex.
Which one?
The sex party.
Oh, the sex party. Yeah.
There's like dozens. It's a huge ballot thing.
Yeah.
And
the ballot paper is huge.
The ballot paper is huge, but at least you've got all
You've got
this
diversity. You've got
diversity,
some
yeah.
people to choose from.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, hi, Carl. We haven't met. Tim Russett. Yeah, he died about 3 years ago, didn't he? Excuse me. Tim Wilson. He's a comedian, isn't he?
Who's this?
Tim Wilson, a comedian. Justin Wilson. Oh, no, that's not who Carl's talking about. Oh, okay, so Dawn was saying they're now moving away. What, the Democrats are moving out of Monroe County. And Michael said, when you advocate for a third party in the US, you get blamed for... Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Michael. Good one. Electing insert random fascist here.
Yeah.
Yep. So, the Movement for a People's Party, that doesn't seem like it's going to have... It won't have enough people on the ballot, will it, to...
Probably not.
No.
I mean,
and who will the Green Party choose this time? I don't know. The Green Party, I have to say that Howie Hawkins, not impressed with him. He was all over the place with the Julian Assange thing was a bit weird, and what else? The Russiagate stuff, I don't know. Why don't they just go back to Ojama Baraka and Jill Stein again? That'd be good.
Yeah, that would be better.
Better, yeah. So what's the politics like in your area, Michael? Like, do you have preferential voting, don't you? Ranked choice voting. So Dawn says the Democrats sued to have the Green Party removed from the 2020 ballot. Yeah. Yeah. In PA, that is, yeah. It's just charming, eh?
Yes, let's not have any democracy.
It's just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, so there's the Cherry Valley National Wildlife Refuge and the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area and the Middle Delaware National Scenic River. I wonder what the Cherry Valley National... That looks nice. The Cherry Valley National Wildlife Refuge. 30,000 acre valley harbors nationally significant ecosystems and that looks nice. Have you been there, Dawn? To the Cherry Valley National Wildlife Refuge? Water Gap is beautiful. Cherry Valley is too. Yeah, Water Gap. Where's that? The... Water Gap, I see. Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. That Silver Thread Falls, the smaller waterfall at the Digman's Falls site, is located near Digman's ferry in Pennsylvania. That looks really nice. And it looks really cool too. Look at that, Diddy.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that pretty?
That looks gorgeous.
So it's 70,000 acres of national recreation area along the middle section of the Delaware River in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, stretching from the Delaware River, Delaware Water Gap northward in New Jersey to the state line near Port Jarvis, New York. That's a very long sentence. That sentence, just look, Didi. That sentence in Wikipedia, there's no stop there. It goes like 4-5 lines.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, it stops at Midford.
Where?
Pennsylvania and the outskirts of Midford.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. That's a long sentence there. Anyway, sorry. That's funny. Oh, look at those pictures. Oh, wow.
Nice.
Look at that. That's lovely. Raymondskill Falls, Dingman's Falls, cliffs above the Delaware River, view of Mount Tammany, and the hog barn at the Pennsylvania farm of artist Marie Zimmerman. Anyway, that's really lovely. There's some nice areas to go, Dawn. And Diane said, yes, Michael, meanwhile, after everything, how can people continue to vote for war parties? Sickening. Yeah. Michael said, we have proportional representation, not really ranked choice, as I understand it. And Dawn said she's been to those places a number of times. I have an older video on my channel driving through Water Gap. Oh, nice. I'll have to check it out. And Carl said with La Cucci means crooked in Seminole. The with La Cucci River is on YouTube, Google Maps, and Wikipedia. Oh, okay. Nice. There's some beautiful places around, aren't there?
There's some beautiful places in the world. Yeah, I mean, for all, I don't want to go back to the United States ever. There's some beautiful places there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. I mean, part of me, even places that people don't necessarily think of as beautiful, like New Mexico, I just loved that.
Yeah, New Mexico. I've been through New Mexico, just passing through, and I remember seeing, you know, those little straw bale house type things, you know, the mud house type things.
Adobe houses.
Adobe houses.
Yes,
and,
I used to build those.
Yeah, they were nice.
Yeah, they're great.
Just looking up the with La Cucci River. Did I say that right? Oh, that's in Florida. Wow. Well, that's lovely. Oh, wow. I might just make, I've got some more tea left.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely.
Well, I'm in Voss. Or Tel Voss, and I'm trying to figure out where the services tower is, but I can't. I keep finding other places and occasionally running into monsters. I don't know where to go.
blessed we are.
Hidden door. So I'm just wandering around here. Yes. I'm doing boring things like running around in Morrowind. I can't really read. Let's see. Oh, I think if I put my glasses on, I might be able to see the TV where Trish is playing. Are adobe houses relatively cheap and easy to produce? They certainly used to be. Alex is asking, are adobe houses cheap and easy to produce? Yes, basically you use mud and straw and a bit of sand. We actually dug out the areas, and then you take the mud, the clay, it needs to be clay, and mix it with a bit of sand and straw and put it into forms. You get 4x2s and you make a lattice work which is 10 by 14 inches wide, and then you put the mud in there, and as it dries out it turns into bricks. Then you take the frame away, the form away, and stack the bricks up and let them dry more. And you end up with these bricks that are 10 inch by 14 inch and 4 inches thick. And you use mud to cement them together, and you use mud to plaster them. And so they're pretty cheap. Basically, it's just a lot of labor. You have to be living in a place where it doesn't rain that much. New Mexico is ideal that way. The rainfall was very low, and even the snow was pretty rare. And when the snow came down, we used to shovel it into 44-gallon drums to save it, so that when it melted, we would have it. Yeah, basically water's pretty scarce. Otherwise it sublimates and goes straight back into the air. So, let's see. They are good for canoeing, Carl says. I don't think that's about adobe bricks. Carl lived in Florida for 18 months. Beautiful river. Carl, I lived in Florida. That's Dawn saying. We went kayaking on the West Wachi and saw manatees. Oh, manatees are great. Yeah. We used to see dugongs in King Sound up north of Derby in WA. And there was one breeding pair of dugongs left. What? WA means Western Australia. When you're in Australia, anyway. And yeah, we get dolphins here in the river. They come up, and that's always very special. I love it when we see the dolphins.
Yeah, and we have friends that live on the river in a boathouse, and the dolphins swim by them.
Yeah, we have friends that live on the river. It's an old boathouse, and yeah, they get to see the dolphins come through pretty often. and I'm not sure if anybody's still there. Nobody's answered ever since you went away, Trish. My let's see. Just trying to think. My brain went blank there for a moment about what I was going to say. Okay. The manatees stack up in Hunter Springs, in Crystal River in colder weather. Stack up, or yeah. But I love New Mexico. I mean, very dry, obviously, but northern New Mexico is gorgeous. And in autumn, it's kind of pretty special. Everybody around Halloween puts out what they call Candelaria, or used to, which was you get a paper bag, the old kind of paper shopping bags, and put sand in it and put a candle in it,
right,
and roll down the tops a little bit, and people would put them all along the parapets in their house, and sometimes up the walkway, along the fences, and it was so beautiful.
Yeah, manatees are pretty great, aren't they?
Yeah, manatees are really great.
So it seems like a really long river, Carl.
May you find me
the Withlacoochee River.
Ah, yeah.
We almost did a adobe house, didn't we, Dee Dee? And it just
yes,
but
the council made
was
too much trouble.
Too much trouble. They just couldn't grasp the idea that you could have that kind of house, and so we had to abandon that.
They made all kinds of problems for us.
Excuse me. The manatees. Dawn was saying the manatees stack up in Hunter Springs and Crystal River in colder weather. Do they literally pile up on one another, Dawn? Oh, that's really sweet. Crystal River has large Seminole burial mounds I've seen on the internet. Oh, okay.
You have my blessings, Outlander. How about a potion?
Crystal River Archaeological State Park in Florida. Oh, I see. One of the longest continually occupied sites in Florida. National Historic Landmark, the 61-acre, 6-mound pre-contact Native American site was burial mounds, temple platform mounds, a plaza area, and a substantial midden. Well, that's a big mound.
It is. It is.
More than...
Trish is putting up the picture on the television.
Yeah,
so
just having a look at it. 1900 years. Excuse me. A built stairway to the top of the mound, yeah.
You're in good company, friend. Welcome.
Is it sort of a good thing to be standing? I don't know, standing on top of a burial mound, though. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that it's very respectful.
No, not so great.
Yeah.
I don't know. I often even those like, and they keep digging up these mummies and then putting them in museums. It's even though these people were rich or whatever, or powerful and stuff, like it's still they're a person that's buried somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just sort of seems wrong to keep sticking, like digging people up and sticking them in museums and stuff.
Yes. Yes.
I don't care how old they are, but anyway, that's just me. Not that I haven't in the past done, like seen, like I think I saw the Tutankhamun thing in a museum somewhere. I don't know where that was. Anyway.
In London?
Wow, that's amazing. So they all just, because they've got a lot of fat on them anyway, haven't they? Like manatees.
Yeah.
Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
They're kind of like dugongs. Dugongs are kind of
dugongs are very similar.
Yeah, except they're sort of more white and that kind of thing.
Yeah, dugongs are, like I said, we saw the last breeding pair that was in King Sound.
Oh, right.
That was up in Derby, north of Derby.
Right.
And unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, you mean, yeah.
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 Yeah. But they were all right.
Right.
There was an old Aboriginal family who were kind of looking after them.
Oh, yeah. Do you think they managed to save them?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you look after them, though, Didi, to
well,
prevent them from being
basically,
killed?
That area, there's very few people who go out there other than people from those local Aboriginal tribes.
Yeah.
And they were basically, it was the young men who sometimes just want to go off and do hunting, and so the old elders were kind of going, no, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Look, these are the last ones, leave them alone.
Yeah.
And try to teach them, a bit of conservation stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was more just knowing who might be going out there and discouraging them. And
yeah. God, they're never ending. Like the corporate media is never ending with this. Literally, like the BBC can't shut up about Afghanistan now.
Yeah.
They just can't stop. They won't be happy until, it's all back to how it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's just
pathetic to the disaster.
That's what you want.
Yeah, they didn't care about it beforehand, but now it's like every fucking article is about it now.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, that whole thing about Afghanistan, it's just such a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, it is.
Given the history of the U.S. and Afghanistan, it's beyond disgusting that they should be suggesting that NATO or the U.S. should go back there.
Yeah, Amnesty International had a big billboard on the side of a bus stop somewhere.
Yeah, they're just
saying,
very
NATO, can you
suspect.
help Afghanistan? This is Amnesty International.
Yeah.
I know that Amnesty International often does imperialist talking points about Iran and whatever.
Yeah.
But this was extra special, imploring NATO to go in and help fix it all up. Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Anyway, where's Herb gone?
Welcome you freely.
He comes in the beginning and then he kind of vanishes. Maybe he's just
Who's
lurking. Herb.
Oh,
Herb.
yeah.
Oh, greetings. How do you do? May we talk? I see this.
Anyway, those corn chips, I don't know.
Freely.
They didn't really hit the spot, did he? I probably could have done without them, hey?
Oh, yeah.
It's like that, isn't it? You think you
Yes.
want something and then you end up... It really wasn't what you wanted.
No.
Michael says, help Afghanistan what? By bombing another hospital is killing another class of school children. Yeah.
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 Let's,
Imagine
destroy a few
being...
more villagers.
Imagine being at the mercy, constantly having that country coming and interfering with your country. I don't know how, the restraint, really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when Mike Preisner talks about what it was like in Afghanistan, he was talking about it because he's actually from, I think he was in Iraq, but he was able to talk about what happened in Afghanistan, and it sounded pretty awful, like being a soldier there in the beginning, because there was a lot of the military commanders sent them into these areas that were sent soldiers in these areas that were very dangerous. Of course, they were just bombing people from the sky and stuff like that all the time. But, just kind of like the whole thing, for the people living there and for the soldiers, it was just, a disaster. I wish I could. I'm trying to remember where he was talking about that, because Michael Preisner is sort of an anti-war, Iraq war vet, and where was he? Was he talking to Katie Halper, or was he? Maybe he was talking to her, and yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah, I don't remember where it was.
Because they were using, soldiers as bait to find out if there was a problem in the area. You know what I mean? They'd sort of send them into areas where IEDs were, and they knew they were IEDs, and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just dreadful.
Yeah. No, it is. It's horrible.
Yeah. Anyway, it's bad all around, the whole thing. Just disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, it's so absurd. Basically, the U.S. in spending all the money to get the Mujahideen making troubles for the Russians, were also encouraging Saudi Arabia to fund that operation. And the Saudi kings, being absolute monarchs and not being interested in giving away any of their money, went to the ulama, the Wahhabi kind of group of senior clerics, and they put out a thing in all of the mosques to take up a collection, and that's how they got the money. They were going to pay half of the money for this anti-Russian thing.
Yeah.
And because it was collected in the mosques, and they were doing it in the name of jihad, that you need to have a jihad whenever another Islamic nation is being attacked. All of the Muslims are supposed to get together and help them.
Yeah.
And so they put out the word internationally, and they got all of these people coming in for jihad. but they also set up madrasas in Pakistan and southern Afghanistan, and were basically preaching the Wahhabi kind of Islam, which is...
It's not Islam at all, really. It's
well,
just,
not... I don't think so. I mean,
no.
they consider it sort of really strict. It's kind of like a fundamentalist weird thing. I mean,
Yeah.
they actually destroyed the mosques and tombs of relating to the Prophet's relatives.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And, you know, that's just kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
They're that
Yeah.
extreme.
Yeah.
And they were the ones preaching this Wahhabism that really started the Taliban.
Yeah.
And they also started that jihadist movement when Russia left. I mean, the jihadists kind of just moved on to other... the people who had come for this international thing just moved on to Syria and elsewhere.
Yeah.
And of course the US is quite happy to fund them there to make trouble for Assad. They're quite happy to fund them, the Uyghurs who are involved in that kind of fundamentalist Islam, to make trouble for China. And of course the Uyghurs are in Syria now.
Yeah. They haven't done anything on the Eyes Left podcast since it's been 8 months now. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it is.
There was this really good, I don't know if you heard anything from this Eyes Left podcast, Michael or anyone else, but it had some great stories by Michael Preisner and Spencer Rapone. Spencer Rapone was an Afghanistan vet, a war vet, and but I think Spencer Rapone's been too busy studying and stuff, and so it kind of just sort of, they haven't posted anything for like 8 months, which is sad. But anyway, they're really good. These
the Eyes Left things.
The Eyes Left. The Eyes Left podcast is just really interesting.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they never really, they never really sort of ended it, but I think it's kind of ended. And yet it had like 3,296 followers. You know, like people were really I was really interested. I was really excited actually.
Yeah.
That was on, and then it just kind of faded away. I wonder if they'll ever restart it after that guy, after Spencer Rapone finishes his, finishes his studies and stuff. And this is a really good one. This is from 2 years ago, called... this is where it sort of indicates that the generals knew that they had lost the whole Afghanistan war thing ages ago, because the Taliban was everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't doing very well against the Taliban.
No, but I mean, here they are, like the Taliban was everywhere. So is it any surprise that at the end, there was nothing stopping them from taking over all the cities and stuff, as I think it was Glenn Greenwald said.
Well, they were taking over areas while the U.S. was there.
Yes. Well, Glenn Greenwald was saying how there was nobody, like that 20 years of training the army and training the Afghan army, when that was pointless, because there never really was much of a, any sort of resistance, you know what I mean, in that regard, like the army or the police force. And regularly the people that were trained would turn on the US soldiers and kill them, you know what I mean? That was well, we shouldn't laugh at that. It's not funny,
no,
but it's like, it's sort of but that was a regular thing. And so, like that's why they basically, even 2 years ago, they basically almost control the whole, most of Afghanistan at that point. So it's no wonder they just kind of swept in at the end. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
anyway.
I mean, really, what did they think was going to happen?
Yeah.
I mean, they must
but
have
they
known
just tell-
exactly what would happen.
But they just tell, the public what, just more nonsense. And the corporate media just, parrot back that. So anyway, that particular one, that Eyes Left podcast, SoundCloud, the Afghanistan war update, defeated generals boast of success. That's a really interesting one, and that's from 2 years ago. I should post that on my pages.
You should.
Huh.
Yes, Outlander, what may I do for you?
So that'll be 2019, I guess. Maybe 2018 even. Excuse me.
Anyway, yes. I think it's a really insane thing. The U.S. really hasn't won a war since World War II, really.
No.
And I mean, that wasn't really them winning. I mean, the Russians and everybody else was working on that. The Russians already had
A warm welcome to you.
the Germans kind of trashed on the Eastern Front.
Yeah. Oh, whoops.
I'm not saying that they didn't need, support on the Western Front.
Impressive.
Oh, your beans. Trishy is making soy milk. We got very into making our own stuff during this COVID thing. I was making soy milk and bread for a while, and Trisha's taking over making soy milk, which is great. The what? Yes, it is yummy. Yeah, Trish's soy milk is great. It's quite different than it's more like the Chinese or Japanese soy milk. The what? Yeah. Yeah. I think the biggest thing is it doesn't have any oil in it, and we're making it using one of those very high-speed blenders, which is kind of fantastic. But the high-speed blenders really utterly pulverize it. But it does end up having a little bit of sludge in the bottom of the cup, the teacup.
May you find me.
But that's all right.
I mean, we could
We could filter it. I used to I used to use one of those soy makers. They don't last very long, unfortunately. The soy milk makers.
Oh yeah, yeah. We got this soy milk maker that was really noisy, and it kind of, I don't know, it died basically, didn't it?
Yeah.
So that's when we
Yeah.
decided to just do it through a really good blender, and this blender's incredible. We didn't pay that much for it, did we, Didi?
No.
It's
No.
not. It's not a Vitamix, but
No,
it's something that's
it's an Australian one.
It just
and
kind of.
It's
just-
great. It's actually more powerful than the Vitamix.
It's quite noisy, but it
And it's
goes
about
through.
a third of the price.
Hi, Efi. Yeah, it's like a third of a price, and but it just, like, if you put raw ginger and stuff like that in a smoothie, anything at all, it just kind of vanishes. It just pulverizes everything. You wouldn't even know there's
Know
no.
that it's there.
It's really great.
Yeah.
Have we haven't made cashew milk. We've kind of we make cashew sauces and stuff, which are really nice.
We use cashews in sauces.
In sauces, yes.
Yeah. But we're trying to watch.
Yeah, we're trying
our
to
weight a
be
little
healthy
bit.
and
we're of an age
even though cashews
where,
are really
where
healthy.
you wear what you eat.
Yes.
Yeah.
You may as well just apply it to your body instead of ingesting it.
Directly. Yeah.
No, we actually decided to go on a health kick and sort of do a lot of intermittent fasting and stuff. So we haven't been we haven't had an inclination. I haven't had an inclination to really eat anything naughty except tonight, because we're due to have a kind of a 24-hour fast soon, and because I can feel that I'm going a bit off the rails because of I'm starting to sort of be interested in things like I don't know, things that are probably not so good for me at the moment. So yeah, we'll probably do a big like a 24-hour fast, and then that'll get us back on track again.
Yeah.
And so anyway, yeah, but cashew milk would be nice, but I think the soybeans we use aren't sort of GMO, and they're grown in Australia, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
So I think they're pretty good
Yeah.
here.
Tasmania actually has things where it doesn't allow GMO.
Yeah.
So
Is that right?
That's good.
I wasn't really sure where we were on that.
I think it's still that way.
Right. Oh,
I
hi,
know.
Kim. Here's Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Hello. Cashew cheese. I don't know how to make cashew cheese, eh?
No.
But I haven't really had I don't know, I think it...
We're trying to avoid
Excuse
some
me.
of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's not much. I find I'm not really into the whole cheese thing much
not really.
at all.
No, but I like making creamy sauces and stuff, like, for example, with like a mushroom fettuccine thing with a nice creamy sauce.
Yeah.
And you can make lovely creamy sauces with cashews.
You can. Yeah.
And that kind of
Beautiful
thing.
curries and stuff like that.
Yeah, we don't get Daya over here. We don't really. And when they get something interesting that's kind of, we don't really eat much in the way of pretend animal products sort of thing. But
No.
in the times that we've been interested in, like, there's these vegan meatball things by what is it, Gardein, and they're really kind of good in the spaghetti sauce and stuff, and then just when we sort of thought, oh, these aren't bad, and then they took them out, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah, they
just
our
got rid of them.
grocery store just decided.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to have
So
this.
we thought, okay, well, if you're going to
They
do
made
that,
some deals with some other companies, and
yeah, we thought, oh, well, if you're going to do that, then we'll stuff you. We're not going to buy this other thing you're forcing on us. So
yeah.
So that was really the only thing that one of two or three things that we would sometimes have that weren't
we've
made
occasionally
from
gone
scratch.
through and tried different things.
Yeah.
Just to see whether they were any good or whatever.
Welcome.
and
Care
found
to talk?
most of them weren't.
I've got a little snuggle bun on my lap.
Feel free.
Eefy
Talk at
beefs.
your leisure. I'm
He's
all
kind
yours.
of woken up.
Go ahead.
Hey, Eefy.
Welcome.
Yeah. Hi, little one. Yeah.
I want to find
Hello,
somebody
sweet guy.
who can teach me to levitate.
Lentil meatloaf is good. Yeah, anyway, we kind of, we make, excuse me, we pretty much make everything from scratch, usually, and I really like doing that. And,
Yeah.
yeah. So anyhow, we've been very good for the last, probably month, haven't we, Didi, doing
Yes.
intermittent
Except
fasting.
we were bad tonight.
Yeah, we're bad tonight because sometimes, I don't know, it
Because
just
sometimes
happens.
you're just bad.
Yeah, sometimes you're just bad.
I must say,
I read
find
South
you
Dakota is
interesting
having a
right
bad
now. Please
West
go
Nile
ahead.
virus here. Oh no.
South Dakota's what?
West Nile virus in South Dakota. West Nile virus kills like crazy. I read and compared the number of deaths caused by venomous snakes to West Nile virus in Brazil. Nuts can give you selenium poisoning. Is that right? I suppose. Yeah, they have. Like I think one Brazil nut gives you plenty of selenium daily intake, daily recommended intake. I think.
Yeah.
So I think if you ate a lot of, excuse me, a lot of Brazil nuts, that probably
Yes.
wouldn't be great.
I am never too.
I haven't heard that they give you selenium poison. I mean, I used to eat Brazil nuts in mixed nuts.
It's not one
when
of
I was
those
a kid,
things
but-
though that you want to have a
lot of?
lot of. It's like
Yeah.
I don't sort of think, oh, I've got to have Brazil nuts. They're
No.
very kind of oily and they're probably really good for you, but I never have a desire to kind of eat them.
Yeah.
And yet I should have one a day because it's got great selenium in it.
Yeah.
Like I think we've got some Brazil nuts in a container, and I think like they're like 3
I
years
think they've
old
been
now.
there for a long time
Yeah,
at
yeah.
this point.
I'm sure there's some little potteroos outside that would love to eat them.
Oh, yes.
They'd enjoy that, wouldn't they? Or the
I'm sure
possums.
they would.
The possums
Some of the
and the
possums would.
potteroos like
The
come
possums
around.
would like it if
Yeah.
nobody else.
So West Nile virus, I forget. Oh, well, you're good. If you love Brazil nuts, that's excellent.
Yeah.
If I can be of any assistance,
They're one of
I'll be
those
happy
nuts,
to
though,
help.
that, you know... Sorry, I've got some pollen that's been bothering my upper airways and stuff. If you've got...
Hello there.
If you know,
How
at like
are you?
these Christmas gatherings and people put out the nuts,
Yeah.
you always see these poor little lonesome Brazil nuts left. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they're probably the only 2 or 3 of them, and they'll be the ones that'll be left on the plate.
Yeah.
Oh, I love macadamia nuts. That's great.
I'm not that crazy about macadamia nuts. I do love
Oh,
cashews.
I love them.
I love pine nuts.
I don't know, Dawn. They'd probably be very expensive to make into milk. I tend to sort of feel like, I don't know, it seems to take a lot of almonds, to make a sort of thick milk, and so I prefer to, although we've never really done it in that blender, have we?
No.
But that's why I sort of go for the soybeans, because they're kind of cheaper and they make nice creamy stuff, and they're not GMO, and they're grown in Australia, so it's sort of like it feels like it's okay. Hey, Didi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so Brazil nuts are really seeds, and more often than not come from Bolivia. Oh, right. I didn't know that. I didn't know Brazil nuts were seeds.
Or what?
Were really more like seeds. Kim was saying Brazil nuts were really more like seeds.
All nuts are seeds.
I suppose they are, aren't they? That's
Yeah.
right. All nuts are seeds. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a couple of almond trees in our yard, and every time it comes to pick the almonds, something dramatic happens, doesn't it,
Yeah.
Didi?
Yes,
and we
your
never
mother
get to
laughed
pick
on.
the almonds. They just sit there, and then there's not a whole lot of almonds, but there's enough. And we miss out
do you want of me,
it happens every year. Something
Yeah.
happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And we
I
miss
love
out
I
picking
love
them.
hazelnuts, and we do get hazelnuts on our trees, but I have to plant a couple more so that they get fertilized, because they're fertilized by wind.
Kim was saying oats and brown. I think there's a possum having a tanty out there with somebody. Dee Dee.
What's that?
I think there's a possum outside having a bit of a tanty, maybe with another possum.
Oh, okay. Shall I go turn on the light?
Maybe, yeah. Let's see. So I enjoy oats and brown rice, but then brown rice I read that had brown rice, but doesn't it have, what was it that arsenic? If you eat too much of it, it's got arsenic in it, and I think that's from the chicken poo or something that what is it that caused the arsenic problem? The what? Oh, arsenic in the soil and the water. But how come it absorbs so much arsenic, Dee Dee? Oh, because it's in the water. And is that from chicken? Right, and is that from chicken poo getting into the water? No. Really, it's just naturally in the soil. So it's just naturally in the water. Oh, okay. Does it concentrate the arsenic in the water? Oh, it's just that light. Does it concentrate the arsenic like the brown rice?
I don't know if it concentrates it. It just absorbs from the water because it's grown in water.
Right.
Like rice fields.
Yeah. That just seems sort of crazy, like how much arsenic is in the water then. That can't be any water. It can't be any water, can it? I thought it was something that was specific to maybe the US. You know? Oh, wow. Yeah, Kim was saying Chinese rice doesn't seem to have that problem. Yeah, brown rice, you have to cook it in plenty of water and not let it absorb much of it to be eaten sparely. It's American rice. Oh, yeah.
What was that?
And Dawn says there's a brand that makes Milkadamia. A friend introduced me to that. Oh, okay. We really don't. Oh, we've got almond milk here, and we've got soy milk, and we have oat milk. But I find that oat milk and the almond milk here, like the bought ones, are really wussy, aren't they, Dee Dee?
They're very, very thin.
They're very thin, and it's just sort of like, I don't know.
It's like chalky water and stuff.
Yeah, it's like chalky water here. I don't know what.
It doesn't really work in tea and
no,
stuff
it doesn't
like that.
really work. I'm a bit fussy. I kind of like more creamy kind of milks, and they just the pre-made stuff, almond and stuff. It's just kind of wussy. Yeah, but I imagine that Milkadamia probably sounds. Actually, there's a pea-based soy milk. I think it's called Ripple, and that's in the US, and apparently that's really great. And there's also
what base?
Pardon?
What is it?
It's called Ripple, and it's a pea-based protein milk, and apparently it's totally yummy. They haven't. We'll probably be another 2 or 3 years before we get it here. Look at him, Dee Dee. How sweet is he?
I don't know. So many of those things. Yes, he's gorgeous.
Your sweetie bee.
Aoife's asleep in Trish's lap.
Yeah.
And he's
such
a
baby.
little sook. He's a little complete hedonist.
Yeah. When he's not running around like a mad thing, he's laying in my lap.
More so than anyone other than Nandi.
Yeah. He does his little kitten defense moves where he sees you coming and he's kind of dashing and zigzagging and making little wildcat noises. It's hilarious.
Kind of run off.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's trying to get away from. Anyway, our obsession with our cats.
We love our little predators.
Yeah. We're just a couple of crazy cat ladies on top of a hill overlooking a river.
Yes, that's right. But catties are wonderful.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure.
I need to find someone who will teach me levitation.
What's that?
Walk
I need
with
to
virtue,
find someone who will
Outlander.
teach me levitation.
Levitation, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am never too busy for a good talk.
And pistachios are totally yummy for sure.
Pistachios are another deadly one.
Oh,
You
wow.
know?
Welcome,
Yeah.
friend, the day
And you know what they didn't seem to be able to do? Is stop putting salt on the pistachios. You know, I was right into pistachios, and then I was sort of thinking, but God, how much salt am I ingesting with these pistachios? So we found one that didn't have it because it was insane.
Yeah.
The amount of salt
Yeah.
they put on. I think, thinking, God, just take it easy for God's sake. It was
Yeah.
like the Dead Sea, you know. It was really bad, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know why they thought they had to put that much salt on them, but anyway. Dawn said, "Oh, I love cats. My 3 are spoiled." Yes, really. Well, I've got one on the desk, one in my lap, and one over there in the chair. And the minute I get up, there 2 of them is probably, well, at least one's going to follow us in there. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yep. Yeah.
Follows me into
when we
bed.
go to bed.
And then has to give
when
me
we
a
go
cuddle.
to bed, they all kind of go, "Oh, time for bed."
Yeah. Mind you, they'll all be going, when it comes to summer, they'll all be snubbing us, won't they, Dee Dee?
Yep.
When it
Yeah.
starts getting warm, it'll be like, oh,
They'll
we
find
don't
their
need
own
you
spots. They'll say, "No, too
now.
warm.
No, too warm.
Too warm
Sorry.
for you to hang out with you guys."
Yeah. Yes, it's all very well when it's cold.
Yes. Yes. Then they're our best friends.
Yeah. But then Nandi likes to sit in my lap when it's hot, and oh God, it's I mean, I love him sitting in my lap, but like, you know, on hot days.
Yeah.
And then you've got him, and he's like 38 degrees of cat, you know,
Yes.
sitting on your lap.
Yeah. He doesn't mind.
I don't like to think of cats killing animals, Carl, but yeah, I can see that calico cats are better hunters.
Yeah.
We do our best to try and prevent.
Discourage them.
You know, we try and prevent them from doing any of that.
Yes, Outlander, what may I do?
We're pretty responsible. They get outdoor time, and it's great. And but they, you know, we do our best to make sure they don't get into trouble.
Yeah.
And it seems to work pretty well.
Yeah.
Share your
So where are we now, Dee Dee?
Okay, we're back in Sadrith Mora now. Oh, with a bright fuchsia-faced fellow. Oh.
I was watching this. I normally don't watch these type of things, but I was watching this thing on YouTube. A bodyguard, you know, that was bodyguard for one of the security guard for Obama and for Bush, and you know, I don't know how far back he went. He didn't look that old, but he was retired. And I had to laugh at his name. His last name was Whack-a-Mole. Well, not Whack-a-Mole, but Whack-a-something. I thought, what a weird name for a security guard, you know?
Yeah.
And he was talking about how they arrange their security for presidents and stuff. And he went, you know, and he explained it all. And then he was talking about past presidents, you know, that had attempted assassinations. And he got to Kennedy, and he didn't say anything about, you know, he didn't sort of say, well, that day they lessened the security and they changed the route. He didn't say any of that. He barely said anything about it. He just sort of said, oh, well, that's the first and last time we had an open car. I mean, that was the least of the problems. Well,
Yeah,
not the
yeah,
least,
yeah.
but that was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's amazing. You'd think if you were telling the public a story about why and how you arrange things, you would think that he would have explained the different things that went wrong. But he just said, "Oh no, the problem is the open
car, yes,
and the view
Yes,
from."
that's the only problem we've
Yeah.
had.
I'm listening.
Carl says, "Kill rodents, they kill us." Well,
What was that?
Carl said, "Kill rodents, they kill us." Well, it's sort of, I don't know. If we weren't actually
Yeah.
living in big cities and putting garbage everywhere and stuff, maybe we wouldn't have so many rats. Hey,
Yeah.
Diddy.
Yeah.
It isn't a very natural thing for everybody to be on top of one another in cities and
No.
garbage everywhere and stuff like that.
No,
Yes.
it's not a very natural
But
thing
that's
at
just
all.
how it goes, unfortunately.
Welcome, friend. I feel
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
Um, so, let's see. I don't know what cottonmouths and rattlesnakes
What?
are. I don't know what I know what rattlesnakes are, but what are cottonmouths? I don't know. He probably didn't want to get in. Michael said he probably didn't want to get in trouble. Yeah, probably.
Rodents won't kill us. Rodents don't kill us at all. Rodents are tiny.
Yeah, I think he might mean the fleas and that kind of
Well,
thing.
yes. If you don't have a lot of rodents in your house, then you're okay.
Yeah.
If you're not out there hunting them. I mean,
Yeah.
the main reason people get the plague in the Southwest, where they have bubonic plague and fleas, is because they hunt rabbits and stuff like that.
Yeah. You've got your mic on, haven't you, in front of your
Do I?
face?
We welcome you freely.
Do you have it on?
Yeah, I've got it on.
Okay. Have you got your mic in front of you? Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't see. What was I going to say? Anyway, yeah, that was really funny. The security guard, and
I do enjoy a good conversation.
but yeah, there's all I put in the comments section I was being a bit naughty, but I mean, they're one of the, the more imperialist and meddling, a country is like the US or whatever, the more security they need,
Yeah.
I mean, I said maybe if the US stopped meddling and destroying countries and stuff, maybe they wouldn't have so many enemies, and maybe they wouldn't need a gazillion security and spending, hundreds of millions or whatever on security for these people.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I think, it's interesting how that idea that the U.S., kind of had it coming, vanished in relation to 9/11.
Oh, I heard that China had a vaccine, or has developed a vaccine for malaria or something. Did he?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Dawn was just saying about mosquitoes, and yeah, I think that China may have. I think I read somewhere that China may have developed a vaccine for malaria. So that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
who was it? There was some guy who was going to Africa, and he was going to live in Tanzania, and a lot of people die from malaria in Tanzania, like a huge amount every year. And I kind of said to him on his live stream, you know, you really should think about some kind of protection for that. And he said, oh no, it's just a bit like, you know, people that, you know, with this COVID thing. No, I'll be fine. You know, I don't need that. And I'm thinking, what are you saying? You know?
Yeah.
Like tens of thousands of people die from it. And it's an awful way to die. You know, you get sort of
the thing is, malaria often won't kill you, but I mean, or not quickly, but you get those fevers that keep recurring. And the tertiary fevers and quaternary fevers and that kind of stuff. Yeah. They come back, you know.
But why would
frequently.
Why would you not want to protect yourself from that when it's sort of like something that kills a lot of people every year?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just... Anyway, I don't know. He's
like
still
I said,
alive.
I'm not sure how often it kills people as much as makes them really, really ill.
We welcome you.
In a kind of ongoing way.
I just remember when remember when I sort of mentioned that to you. I said, "Oh no, he's not going to do anything about the malaria thing." And then I looked it up.
Yeah.
And there was like, I don't know, tens of thousands of people die every year in Tanzania from malaria. And I was thinking, well, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know? He's taking a big risk there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I remember I had this vaccine for Japanese encephalitis. Oh my God. That made me so sick. I remember I had it, and then, because I was going to India, and and I just remember I got this terrible headache and I threw up. This is like almost immediately after I had it.
Yeah.
It was dreadful.
Yeah.
What you doing, Evie? What you doing? Hey, gorgeous boy.
Outside dogs get
What's
killed by the snake bites.
Yeah,
Carl's saying outside dogs get killed by snake bites. It's obvious.
Hi, Evie.
Rodents draw snakes. Snakes will kill rodents. I mean, but I mean, mice get into chicken yards and that kind of stuff, and snakes can get in there. But quite often they're not poisonous snakes.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I don't know. I mean, that starts to be, the mice are bad because the snakes are bad, and then everybody's bad. You know, before you know it, all of the animals need to be controlled and gotten rid of.
Yeah.
And I think that doesn't work for me anyway.
Yes, people attract a lot of these things, so people are bad.
Yeah, people are bad. Yeah. People are always
they are bad, actually,
doing things that attract.
We probably wouldn't have all these problems if we weren't here.
Yes.
Everything would be going along quite nicely without us, I think.
Yes, they tend to work their own stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah, last year, it was funny, every summer there's a tiger snake that lives, excuse me, in our sort of yard. You know, we have 5 acres, and so it comes.
Tiger snakes are actually quite venomous.
Yeah, they're really, really venomous. And
yeah.
And one year, I had a hole in my shoe, and I was doing some whippersnipping. This is so bizarre. I was doing some whippersnipping, and I must have disturbed this little tiger snake, and they're even more venomous than the adults. And he tried to...
In self-defense.
Yeah. Yes. And he tried to get into my shoe because he was trying to hide. And so he found the little space at the top of my shoe, and I had to quickly kind of shake my foot to kind of get him off, and then he kind of slipped away into the bushes. but it scared the bejesus out of me.
And scared me too.
And I came running
Okay.
down and I said, I don't know, but I think I've been bitten. I'm not sure, but
She
I
may have
think
been
I
bitten
may
by
have
a
been
tiger
bitten
snake.
by
And
a
I
tiger
went,
snake.
"Oh,
And
no."
I quickly took my overalls off and stuff. But I didn't feel anything. But you know, it was so weird. I didn't know whether I would feel anything because they have little mouths and you know the baby tiger snakes.
Yeah.
And so anyway, just to be on the safe side.
But we have.
But yeah, like if you got bitten by one of those, and you didn't put some sort of
get some
tourniquet,
antivenin.
meaning not a tourniquet, but wrap your arm in a compression bandage or wrap wherever that limb is or whatever. If you don't do that straight away,
yeah, you don't want a lot of muscle contraction because it spreads the poison.
And that was the thing. I sort of had to go down from where it happened to the house. Like, that's not really something that would be great to do because that makes your blood pump and, you know, and all that kind of thing. And of course, if you're anxious,
it was very frightening.
What?
I'm laughing now, but it was very frightening.
Yeah.
I was freaked out.
Yeah, and then the last year, we thought that we call her Lily. This is the tiger snake.
Tiger Little.
Yeah, we had noticed that she wasn't up where she usually is every year, and we thought she'd gone. And then I was walking through this area of our garden that had sort of a fence around it, and then I was sort of, and I didn't expect her to be there, and then suddenly, you know, and she's like about over a meter long, isn't she, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And I scared the bejesus out of me because I really like snakes, but they also, like the poisonous ones like that, really frighten me. So I have this kind of where I really like them, but they also scare the bejesus out of me, you know?
Yeah.
And I just remember looking up and seeing her, and then I sort of had to grab one of the cats because I was worried. You know, we had to make sure that they were inside with, you know, took them inside in a hurry because I actually managed to save this cat from across the road who came over when Tiger Lily was sort of in up the property near their house.
She mostly stays right up the top of the property.
Yeah, she usually stays right up the top away from the house. And this cat from across the road came over and was kind of taunting this snake. I came up and I saw the cat from across the road taunting the snake, and that snake was just trying to get away. Yeah. I mean, you know, like that's all he or she wanted to do. And luckily I kind of threw a little pebble and it broke up this, you know, like honestly I could have ended very badly for the cat across the road. But anyway, I don't know what the fascination with our yard is with cats across the road. They always seem to, don't they?
Yeah, probably because there's more foresty trees on.
Maybe.
Although Bruce's yard has forest.
They're lovely cats and everything. But I have no. They've got a huge property there. I don't know why they don't just play in their own property. But cats are cats. You know, they do that. But anyway, yeah, that was scary. But anyhow, they're a bit scary, just because they're so deadly. Because I mean, it would take us about an hour and something to get into town, wouldn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And you'd be pretty, you know, if you didn't have a good compression bandage on that area.
Yeah.
You'd probably, and
you
might
really
get
hope that in our more local town, one of the doctor's surgeries might have some antivenin.
Yeah, you'd have to hope, and also you'd have to. The ambulance might be able to meet you halfway. And they can kind of go a lot faster and stuff, but it would take an ambulance probably about 40 minutes to get out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If they were going really quickly from town. Although, do they have an ambulance in the closest town to here, Dee Dee? Probably, eh?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I think there is one based there.
Right.
Actually.
Yeah.
But how often it's away, I've never seen it really around there. I think it's usually busy or something.
Yeah.
But I think there is one based there.
Yeah, Michael was saying we have no dangerous animals in Europe. They've been wiped out, yeah. Anyway, but tiger snakes are actually protected here. Like, you're not supposed to go around just killing tiger snakes, which is a good thing. Like, I wish that was the case for all animals here, but it's not. They're quite happy for people to go off hunting. Just in case you don't know, Carl, Dee Dee and I are both vegans, so we're not into kind of,
killing things.
Killing animals, and I don't enjoy hearing about people killing animals and stuff like that. So, anyway, but...
Impressive. These clothes suit you well.
It was just funny, though, when I got this little snake. It was trying to get into my shoe. Wasn't funny at the time, but it's funny in retrospect.
That was hysterically funny.
Yeah, it's funny in retrospect. Poor little guy was just trying to get away from me.
Yes, he was.
Hello.
The graphics on this are so good, aren't they? Like the doors and everything.
Yeah. All those strange little mushroom houses.
Is that true that the rats in New York City are the size of a small cat? Wow.
No.
Is that true?
No.
No?
Maybe the size of a kitten, but...
A kitten?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A little kitten.
Right, a little
Greetings
kitten.
and salutations.
Like, this.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, right.
But that's rats in Amsterdam are like that too.
Rats in Amsterdam. Yeah.
And I used to look at the rats outside because we were up against a canal.
Right.
In the place that I was staying. I was staying in Newmarket, and the canal was not far.
I have a feeling you and I are about to become very close.
Yeah, it was right out the back, and so there were rats in the canal.
Right. So Dawn says she's seen them.
Clean or anything.
Did he? Dawn says she's seen them on the subway. They're big. Ex-Bill was a transit cop. He took pictures of them. Wow. Wow. And Alex said I had rats that big on my property growing up in rural areas. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
It is.
Like small cats.
Well met, friend.
Jeez. Are they a special kind of rat?
I'm very
I
happy
don't know.
to
I thought they were just regular brown rats or black rats, European rats.
Poor little rats.
Poor little rats.
Anyhow, that'd be an exhausting job being a security guard, wouldn't it?
Being a security guard?
Yeah.
Where?
For those presidential candidates and stuff.
Ah, yeah. I thought that's the Secret Service's job.
Secret Service, yeah, that's right. Yeah. You could just spend forever going through stuff on YouTube. I mean, they must have 1 billion videos on there now or more. But it's like, there's so much on there, you know? Like, I have to be really careful I don't start getting into just, you know, because you can just go from one thing to the next, and yeah. And I'm flat out keeping up with the sort of
the stuff that you
stuff that
actually want to keep up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome, Outlander. Oh, wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
And Alex said, they're
What do
pretty
you want
scary.
of
They
me,
take your breath away, I bet. Wow, that's amazing.
What's that?
The size of the rats that used to grow up when that were on in the rural area where she was living. Wow. How long have rats been around, Dee Dee? Like millions of
at
years?
least as long as people.
At least as long, wouldn't
Well,
it be?
they tend to go with people.
Right.
Rats and people seem to have evolved together.
Yeah. Look at this, Dee Dee.
Yeah. Yes. Trisha's looking at
I like that.
a picture of Spock with a with a COVID mask on. It says the needs of the many are
outweigh
something or other.
outweigh the inconveniences of the
inconvenience
few. That's very clever. Haha. I think that's very clever.
Yeah.
Huh. What are the police like in Monroe County, Dawn? Audiobooks on YouTube are killing me at the moment, too many of them. Yeah, you know what, Alex? I've got like at least a dozen or more books now from Audible that I haven't sort of listened to yet, and I want to, but I also feel like they're all so heavy. I don't know if I'm up to it at the moment. It's like I feel a little bit, I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit depressed or something. But I feel like I can't finish I started America the Farewell Tour a while ago, and I had to stop listening to it because I was mentioning it before, it's just so heavy duty in some parts. It's really hard to get through.
Yeah.
And and then like all the books that I'm interested in are all sort of kind of like that.
Heavy.
Yeah, and I don't know if I can at the moment. And yet I really want to, because they're they'd be great.
books.
Yeah, they're recommended and all this sort of stuff, but I can't. I just need to, I don't know, I just need to take it easy a bit. I think I might be a little bit... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I was just asking, Dawn, how are the police in your area? I was just wondering how they were. And also, when I go on a walk, I tend to listen to Eckhart Tolle, and I haven't been listening to him much lately because I haven't been walking as much because I've been doing these other things. So I haven't been very good with the walking lately. So I haven't been listening to much of Eckhart Tolle, but I've kind of pretty much internalized his message and stuff. But that's who I normally listen to when I go for a walk, rather than heavy duty things, because I just kind of think I'm just going to take this time to be in the present and and just kind of enjoy the river and all this sort of stuff. So yeah. Anyway. Look at him, Dee Dee. What a sweetie pie. Beefy beefs. Yeah. What's amazing about his fur is how it's sort of kind of black at the roots, and then it's got this kind of like a sort of a golden brown that comes up, and then the tips of his fur is kind of mottly grey. Isn't it an interesting combination of colours?
Yeah, it is.
And he's actually got quite thick fur too. Like you'd almost expect this sort of fur in a, in a sort of a really cold area or something. I guess we're cold here, but I don't know. I suppose he's probably, I guess he is from here, isn't he? So
yeah,
this very thick fur. Dawn says, their corrupt state police are actively selling opiates in the pizzeria. Wow, that's a front for their ring. Wow.
Don says what?
The state police are actively selling opiates in a pizzeria. That's a front for their ring. Is that like Oxycontin and things like that?
Yeah.
I tend to get lost on, Kim says, I tend to get lost on YouTube by watching vegan cooking videos. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a look at Cheap Lazy Vegan, Kim? I want to show, if you, there's this really funny one she did. Let's see, making tiramisu. It was really funny because she was a little bit, 3 sheets to the wind, wasn't she, Dee Dee?
She was.
Let me see. God, she works hard, this Cheap Lazy Vegan.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I can't find her YouTube. There it is.
Well met.
I'll see if I can find this tiramisu thing. Oh, tiramisu. Why can't I find that? Maybe, I'm sure she mentioned that in the
warm welcome to you.
In the title.
She mentioned what?
Tiramisu in the title.
Oh, yeah.
That's not right.
It was great. I love that video.
It was good.
Funny.
No, I don't know where it is. It should come up in the search, but no. Oh, shit.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead.
Oh, Evie, I might have to move you, darling. I'm sorry. Let me straighten up. There you go. How's that? No, I can't find it. Anyway, this is if you might be able to find it, but anyway, this is her site, Cheap Lazy Vegan.
Yeah.
And she does this really funny one with tiramisu, and she's really hilarious.
She's just a little bit, definitely. I don't know if it's 3 sheets or 4 or 5 sheets to the wind. She was having fun with it, though.
Huh.
She'd sort of do something and say, "Oh, but this isn't the best way to do this."
Oh, sorry.
But I can't wait.
So Kim says, excuse me. Kim says, "I do. Rose is a blast." And Michael said, "Have you seen the latest Gravel Institute video about the LAPD gangs? Crazy stuff. Do you want to have something to eat, Evie? Hold on a sec." Something to eat, Evie. She's trying to bite me now.
Yes, you deserve it. Biting.
I see this land suits you. Welcome.
So, let's see, boiled peanuts are sold all around Florida. In some states, boiled peanuts are hard to find. You have to make your own. We used to have boiled peanuts at home when I was growing up. I used to like them.
Boiled peanuts?
And, yeah. And I use Rose's tofu scramble seasoning mix. It's the best I've tried, Kim said. I make a nice scrambled tofu, actually. It's yummy. And the local cafe makes a great scrambled tofu too, but it costs an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
And
well, it's actually not that expensive, but compared to other places, but it's very expensive for us.
Yeah, it's expensive for us. It's not really expensive for just the general public. Dawn said, "I saw it frightening. Tina goes out there knowing she could be shot by them." Yeah, she's really gutsy, isn't she, Tina?
Yeah, she is.
I tell you what, Jen Dives was very gutsy going to that Proud Boys demonstration. Wowza. And then interviewing Enrique Torino. What is his name? Enrique Tario. Yeah. The FBI informant. Anyway, let's see. Kind of wish there were corrupt cops selling. Oh no.
What?
Excuse me. Alex said, "Kind of wish there were corrupt cops selling opiates where I live," and she has a laughy face. Kim said, "I've heard of it, but haven't watched the tiramisu video yet." Oh, it's very funny, and I can't find it. I don't know why. I like her. Who? Oh yes, I like her too. She's Tina Desiree Berg. She's really funny. She's funny and she's really smart. Yeah, really, Alex. Interesting how much the pharmaceutical companies are actually involved in illegal. I know this sounds kind of conspiratorial and everything, but...
That's because you're just conspiratorial.
Yeah, but I really kind of have to wonder how much there's actually a... What would you say? Cooperative effort between, like how they've been funneling certain opioids in certain areas that, like, ridiculous amounts of prescriptions for a small population of an area. But I wonder now, because it's sort of widespread with fentanyl being in small amounts of fentanyl in different drugs. I wonder in some ways if it's in some areas it's just kind of just to knock off people, to reduce the amount of money spent on people. Do you know what I mean? To get rid of people who have drug problems. You know, it would be a great way to kind of get rid of people. Do you know what I mean? Who have drug problems.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just kind of introduce, you kind of, you could even kind of pay certain sellers to put that in, and basically they could knock off any sort of people that have substance abuse problems. You know what I mean?
I don't know where to begin.
And then that reduces the amount. And like I'm just thinking in terms of how neoliberals think. That reduces the amount of people in the system that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm very happy to.
It's just something I just kind of. You know how they were. You know how it just things like things often don't just happen like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It just sort of seems kind of, and it's becoming more widespread, and
I are about to become very
I don't know. It just feels like there's something not quite right there
about the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Jera. How are you? Yeah. So anyway, I just wonder. That probably sounds kind of a bit paranoid, but it just feels like that it's just a way of knocking off people that they would consider a drain on the system. What do you think, Dee Dee?
I don't know why drug dealers would want to do that, though.
Because, well, actually, Chris Hedges was saying that if you get people overdosing on the stuff that you're selling, if you put one little bag in amongst a bunch in somebody's lot, right?
Yeah.
That has a little bit of fentanyl in it, and it ends up killing them, or they overdose really badly. That actually becomes a selling point for their stuff.
Well, that your stuff is so strong that somebody overdosed because
that's right. Yeah.
They didn't realize how strong it was.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And so that becomes like it's good for a seller to have something like that in there.
Yeah.
And excuse me, I'm sorry, I've got pollen in my upper respiratory airways. I don't have COVID or anything. Hello, you.
Well met, friend.
Hello. Hello. Well, hello.
This is the place of the feminist mage lord.
Sweetie bee. He's very sleepy, Dee Dee. You're very sleepy, aren't you? Yes, you are. Do you want to sit on my lap again?
He's just a big smooch.
Do you want to sit on my lap again?
Squishy.
Hey, sit on my lap? Come on, then. Oh, he's very sleepy. Oh, sweetie. There you go. So let's see. What happened? Kim, I had 4 people in my direct family. Oh no, Kim.
What's that?
Kim had 4 people in her direct family addicted to opiates. Yeah, my sister overdosed and died on opiates. Well, it was sort of a opioid. It was like methadone, and it was Nembutal. You know, that drug that people take for voluntary and euthanasia, that sort of thing. Yeah. Anyway, so Alex said government has a lot of control. There's a reason prescription opioids are more readily available in the US black market than the rest of the world, I think. Yeah. And Dawn says not conspiratorial at all. The rich will get what they need while the rest of us viewed as expendable. Yeah. Sad but true. Henry is a hurricane now. The prediction says it could land between New York City and Rhode Island. Oh dear. That's not good.
No.
And Kim said, great to see you. I have work though. Maybe I'll leave a comment. Okay, well, it's good to see you, Jarrah. Oh, I see. You're talking to Kim. Sorry. Excuse me. Anyhow, I should look up where Hurricane Henry... What is it? Hurricane Henry is. Are you looking it up, Dee Dee?
Where the Hurricane Henry is?
I'll look it up. Oh, look, we've got a downvote already. I love the way YouTube people just, like, any video just could get downvotes.
Yeah. All of them get at least one downvote. What is that?
Thanks, Dawn. That happened in 1978, but it's funny how you never really get over things like that. You just get used to it.
Yeah.
Did I say 1978? Yeah.
I'm sure it's around here somewhere.
Her name was Tina too. Every time I hear Tina Desiree Berg, it's funny, that name. Yeah, but she would have been an interesting person. She was interested in environmental science even way back in 1977, She was like, yeah. She was she was thinking about that sort of thing. So she sort of would have been probably a very interesting person had she lived beyond her teens and stuff. Hello, you. Hello. A sweet guy. Yeah. What a sweetie little guy you are.
I think it might have been Hurricane Hazel, which was the one that I went through.
Hurricane Hazel. Oh, okay.
Yeah. There are a whole bunch of hurricanes around 1940. 1954, excuse me.
We lived in this house in the Huon Valley. It was it had a sort of a when it got windy, because it was near a bay, it got really windy, didn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And there was a couple of times we thought the roof was going to come off.
Yeah.
Well, that's scary enough for me, but a hurricane, that would be, really scary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What you doing, Evie Beefs? Hey, you gonna come in and join us later? Hey? Yeah. This is a sweetie guy. Who's that sweetie guy? Who's that sweetie guy? So Kim, how's things around your area at the moment?
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should go. Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should go.
It's going to get pretty cold in Quebec.
Yeah.
In winter. And where's Jen gone? She popped in and popped out. Huh. I was on Patti Smith's Substack for a while. That was kind of fun, but she was posting every day, but I couldn't I couldn't keep up with it, and I sort of thought, oh, I'll unsubscribe for a while. But she's so interesting. Where she lived? Oh, Greenwich Village. Okay. Has anybody ever seen Patti Smith and her videos sometimes that she does? It's really funny, some of the videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. When she's sitting in
they're funny?
Yeah, when she's sitting in a room and
yeah.
like I'll pick one out. Like she does the occasional video. She's very childlike. She's got a sweet little cat too. It's going to be a sad day when she's not around.
Yes. Yes.
If I can be of any assistance,
we saw
I'll be
her.
happy to.
What was that? 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago, before COVID.
Yeah. It was really great. She was doing a tour doing horses.
Yeah.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
I can't find her little videos. They're so funny. This might be one now. Is that one of them? No, she's just holding her hand up. No, can't find anything. Anyway, her Instagram site's kind of interesting.
I must say, I find you
Oh,
most
here's
interesting right now.
Nadia. Hi, Nadia.
Hi, Nadia.
So Nadia says, I can't handle heat all that well, so 35 is bad for me. I can't handle it very well either, Nadia. I'm totally with you there. That's one of the reasons we moved here. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hot here is when it gets, kind of above
About
24,
26.
25.
Yeah, 26, and I start to go, or 25 even.
Yeah. It does get up to into the 30s for a couple of days every year, but thankfully it's only a couple of days.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably about 5 or 6, don't you think, Didi?
Yeah.
Like 5 or 6 days in summer where it'll be really hot.
Yeah.
And
not in a row, though.
not in a row, thank goodness, no. And
What happens is it'll get hot,
Hello, you.
and then it'll get a little hotter and steamier, and then it will rain, and the temperature will come down again.
I see this land
Um,
suits you.
Yeah.
Welcome you freely.
And Yeah, like Kim is saying, her skin, she can't handle the humidity. I get like an allergic reaction and can itch for hours on end. Do you have like eczema, Kim? Did you have asthma when you were young? And I don't like the humidity either.
Who does?
I see Nadia here and there and everywhere, don't I, Nadia?
Yeah.
I see you on communist sites and on... She's all over the place, like me.
All the best places.
And, yeah, Patti Smith, a musician, yeah. 95 degree high in Central Florida this week. What is that in Celsius, Dee Dee?
What's what?
95 degrees in Celsius. I don't know what that is.
I think it's, what, about 30...
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. Here in New York, it's gotten into the 30s, even up to 35 for weeks at a time. Oh no. It'll probably keep breaking 30 into September. That's too much. You see, when it starts getting like that, where it just like 35, and it's just kind of, you
35.
know, it's not great.
95 is 35.
Ongoing, what?
95 is 35.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's, you know, that's hot. And particularly if it's humid.
Yeah. It's hot and
Pruritus,
uncomfortable and busy.
Hello, you.
And we don't like
Excuse me.
it. No, it'll teach me how to let
Yeah, because how do people get on in New York in apartments? Excuse me. If they're not, you know, if they're not air conditioned or whatever, and I oftentimes think about poor animals that are in apartments too. How do they get on?
You have my blessings, Outlander. How about a potion today?
Yes, that's potentially lethal wet bulb. Yeah, if you can't cool down, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
We were talking about, you know, Southeast Asia and how hot it gets there.
Yes. Like, I remember looking at Vietnam's temperatures recently. There was one day there it was sort of high, and it had like some like 96% humidity or something.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, with that high temperature and the high humidity, how do you cool down? How does your body cool down? And that kind of can become a bit of a wet bulb thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, that's where people die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they can't sweat. They can't.
Oh, that's sweet.
What?
Got to aim my standing fan on my cat in her cat tree. That's very sweet. Yeah. It's 23 degrees Celsius there. That sounds kind of nice. Dawn, is that wouldn't be normal for? Is that normal for your summer in Pennsylvania to have 23? Or do you get, or is it starting to cool down now? So Nadia, you live in an apartment building, I assume. Air conditioning has been necessary for survival in New York apartments for a long time. I think people who can't get the AC are in low-rise buildings and often acclimated to the tropics. Oh, I see. Yeah, I imagine though if you had a brownout on a terribly hot day like that, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Like 35 degrees and it's...
Well, it happens because
Yeah.
everybody puts their air conditioners on.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh, it's normal for this time of year. Oh, that's nice.
That's quite quite tolerable.
Yeah, 23 degrees is...
May you find me worthy of your attention.
When it gets to summer here, I get the Furminator out and I give all the cats a nice run through with it, get their fur thinned out. They really like that.
Yeah.
New York would have big problems with power cuts in the summer for sure. We're really lucky. Well, I really hope this keeps up. I don't know how long it will, but in summer, like, it really is only like 6 days, and it's not in a row, is it, Didi?
No.
6 days where we get a hot, some really hot days, and then the rest of the time it's kind of fairly, kind of mildish, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Which is because I spent my time growing up in Brisbane, and that was really hot, and it just seemed to get hotter and hotter as time went by. It used to, in the 60s and 70s, it used to, it'd be hot in the day, and then it'd have a thunderstorm in the afternoon and bucket down rain, and that would cool everything down. But then as the climate crisis thing started, that stopped happening.
Yeah.
And then, and then it became kind of almost like you felt, after a while, it felt in the 90s, it started to feel like you needed a radiation suit.
Yes.
To go
and
out.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. And so this is sort of, Tasmania is like heaven on a stick.
Yes.
Yeah.
It suits us down to the ground.
Oh, by next week we'll start getting cooler weather. Dawn, that's nice. New York would have big problems with... Yeah, I've already read that, yeah. So, sorry to be yawning like that. And the weather here, the insulation we have in this house works pretty well, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
It does.
Yeah, it kind of
that helps a lot.
Keeps it quite cool in summer, even on really hot days. Even on really hot days, it's quite okay, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Even like one day last year, it got up to 38 here, and which is unusual, but it can happen. And it was okay in the house, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
So, how's the heat in Texas today, Jera? That's a good question. And so Nadia said there was a power outage on the 14th of August, and in 2003 that I was in New York for, and it was a big problem even though it happened at 4 p.m. That was even before global warming really started picking up. Yeah, 2000. Wow. I don't know. Do I remember some? I remember I remember hearing about some sort of power outage. That's been a while.
Yeah.
Let's hope that never happens.
Yeah, well, I hope things don't get too much worse. They will.
They will, yeah. Yep.
Well, I find myself in pleasant company.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Honestly, there's 3 fucking articles on Twitter on the side, one after the other, that you can't click out of, all about Afghanistan. They have not mentioned it. This is like New York Times. They've not mentioned Afghanistan in 20 years, and now they can't stop talking about
non-stop.
It's non-stop. It's unfucking believable.
Me. Yeah.
It's unfucking believable.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, the misogyny is awful and all of that. But honestly, it's such such crocodile tears.
Yeah.
It's such selective concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to start up the talk about Afghanistan again, but I just go on Twitter and you just see that and you just think, what disingenuous rubbish is that? You know?
Yeah.
And then we got Twitter just recently saying, we're testing a feature for you to report tweets that seem misleading as you see them.
Yes.
Starting today, some people in the US, South Korea, and Australia will find the option to flag a tweet as, quote, it's misleading, end quote.
I wonder why they don't give people in the United States the option.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, some people in the US.
Oh.
After clicking on report a tweet. Let me see if I can do that. I'll see if I can sort of, if there's the option of, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Let me see.
Go to Ben Shapiro's.
Ben Shapiro's thing, yeah. Or Bill Crystal.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Ted Cruz.
Bill Crystal's such a smarty pants.
What?
Bill Crystal is such a smarty pants. I'm spelling his name wrong. I didn't see it. Oh, never mind. Anyway, I'll see. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Oh, so Bill Crystal said, the Nikki Haley primary challenge to Donald Trump in 20... Oh, this must be an old one. Oh, it is an old one. He thought... Oh, well, anyway, I'll see if I can do this. Let's report a... Oh, yeah, they do have an it's misleading in the thing. You can do that already. It's misleading.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody should just start doing that to all these corporate people and corporate papers and
yeah.
And
well, of course, and
Biden.
All the anti-vaxxers.
But then you probably end up. They'd probably then get back. They'd probably start getting on top of you. Then wouldn't you? They'd probably consider that trolling if you started reporting Biden or.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't you reckon?
Probably.
Yeah. Anyway. What happened to Nikki Haley anyway? She didn't really run in that last presidential election, did she?
No.
She didn't run as a candidate. And that's one of the reasons she dropped out, wasn't it? So that she could do that? Report all the Biden's tweets, yeah. I wonder what criteria you have to meet to get that option. Yeah, really. Really. I don't know. I think they might. Would they provide that for everybody? Because I have it. I think I have that option. Let me see. I'll go to George Bush's. He's got a Twitter thing, hasn't he?
Yeah.
George Bush. There you go, George Bush. Let's see. Jesus. Is this really George W. Bush's Twitter thing?
I don't know. It's a blue tick.
No. Somebody, I was going to say.
What?
Well, because I don't. It's not George Bush. It's somebody else.
The official account of the real.
The official account of the real George Bush.
Well,
run
how did he get
by
a
not,
blue freaking?
No, it's not. It's just a pretend little
Oh.
thing. I was going to say. But he has his own Twitter thing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
George Bush?
Probably.
George W. Bush. I don't see it though. I'm pretty sure he has his own thing.
Maybe not. Maybe it's President Bush or something.
Maybe if I look for Obama.
Maybe.
Yeah, you get the option of, you know, saying it's misleading, and then it gives you gives you politics, health, and something else. And then when you click on politics, it has election information, other political information.
So it's very selective. It's kind of prompting you.
Yeah. So I guess when the elections come up and people are putting out stuff that what's really happening, people can click that and say that's misleading, you know.
Well, yeah, the
They
voting
can do
thing
whatever
is
they
pretty
want,
much
really, can't
aimed
they?
at Trump, isn't it?
What's that?
The voting thing is kind of aimed at Trump, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's true. Hey.
Yeah.
I guess they're getting it all ready then, so they can do that. Yeah, I thought George Bush was on Twitter, but maybe he wasn't. Anyway, one person who's fun to smack around on Twitter is Vaush. Yes, that would be a great idea. That's what I should do. Yeah, I should go and look at his thing and then click on all the idiotic things he says. Yes, let me go and have a look at that.
Do you have to say what they're misleading about?
Let's see.
How wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
Just looking for something to... Okay, how much money? So, OnlyFans, did he?
What?
OnlyFans. I thought that, how, when they said that they were going to stop sexually explicit stuff on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I think that's
was
only
it really
like actual depictions of intercourse.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
or maybe it's like crotch shots or something like that.
Oh, okay. So people were doing that there, and I thought it was kind of. I didn't know how explicit it was there on there.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I mean?
guess if somebody's masturbating with a dildo or something like that,
I see. Yeah. Okay. So, because there were people on there that were doing kind of soft.
Yeah, soft porn, a lot of kind of sleazy-ish, sexually suggestive type or
stuff,
stimulating stuff. That's fine, I think.
That was sort of what it was, what originally meant to do, was it?
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Right, I see. Yeah.
The day is yours. What shall we talk about?
So they obviously didn't have any sort of limitations to what they were okay with, yeah?
No. Well, they obviously were getting shit from people about the fact that they were doing all this stuff. It's just a porn site.
Right.
And I guess if you make it so that you can't be actually sexually whatever, then you can say it's not porn.
Under sun and sky,
Anyway, I can't be bothered going through Vouch's stuff, looking for stuff, but I will definitely go and use my report button for him. Yeah. So, OnlyFans had a lot of hardcore porn. Oh, I see.
What's that?
OnlyFans had a lot of hardcore porn. Let's see. Okay, so Dawn said, I reported a quote-unquote doctor who was targeting Jen and his COVID cure protocol. He then started on me saying I needed to give up my insulin. Oh my. And then Nadia said to Dawn, I didn't realize power cuts of rural areas to favor cities went on. This is pretty sinister and suggests power stability may be illusory. If type 1, that might even be worth going after the medical license. Yeah. There are some pretty flaky new age pseudoscience types who actually have licenses to practice medicine. You mean the OnlyFans restricting that kind of thing, that cuts off a lot of women's incomes, Nadia? Yeah, probably does. This induced by bad diet, as if I had a choice.
Well, they've never liked people who are involved in sex work in any way.
What's that?
The
government.
The government,
who
yeah.
Actually was, who was actually pressuring them to cut back on that, to cut out?
Well, I'm sure various people
that's right,
were.
It was Christian groups. Sorry, yeah, that's what it was. I did report him as well deserved. Oh, you have type 1 diabetes there too? Oh, Nadia. The OnlyFans thing looks like a takedown by Pornhub, their competitor. Oh, yeah. Completely off topic, Kim says, why is there someone down voting almost all Trish's Morrowind? Yeah, I don't
What's
know.
that?
Probably somebody that I pissed off. I'm sure I regularly piss off somebody. You can't have so many opinions and not piss somebody off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people
And
just don't like
we had to
game
dice,
live streams.
We had to dice some transphobic people, and I think that wasn't that probably didn't go down very well.
No.
They were pretty bad, and it went on, and then you know.
Yes.
It go like that.
I'm happy to dice people who are transphobic or
yeah.
sex worker phobic or anything like that.
Yeah, it's amazing how some people, they just won't stop. It's like they're transphobic and they're proud of it, and they just keep on and on and on and on and think that you're just going to keep engaging with them.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't work that way for me.
Yeah. And
that
freedom
kind of
of
thing.
speech. Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
We get to garbage on endlessly.
The trouble with banking. Financial services were the problem. Okay. We're a funny little species, aren't we, Evie?
We are.
That voyeuristic kind of tendency, it's funny, isn't it?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, it's making a lot of money in the world today, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's still a vote. Michael said people complaining about freedom of speech in YouTube live chats. Why does that sound familiar? What's that, Evie? Hey, what's that? What's that, Evie? Nadia says to Dawn, I keep quiet about type 1 because there's an immediate confusion with type 2, and then from there they launch into moral tirades about gluttony, discipline, etc. against me. It starts to get a bit tricky when you have a little cat on your lap and you want to move. I don't like moving them off.
Well, then you have to have them on your lap continually. They understand that.
There was this thing once on one of the nutrition facts things about type 1 diabetes that was kind of interesting. Does paratuberculosis in meat trigger type 1 diabetes? A majority of specialists in the field agreed that para-TB in meat and dairy likely represents a risk to human health and should be a high or medium priority public health issue. In milk and... Anyway, there's some interesting little things in that topics of type 1 diabetes. It's all science-backed, but it's kind of interesting. Mary Tyler Moore had type 1 diabetes. Hey. Yeah. Or when you're in bed and your cat is stuck to you and refuses to move so you can get up and go to the bathroom. Yeah. I don't like moving them really, and it's really hard. At some point you have to.
Yes. At some point you have to become stern. When they sit on your keyboards.
What's that?
When they sit on your keyboards.
Yeah.
Alia is very... Actually, Alia just comes and butts my hand on the mouse and on the keyboard until I feed her. And if I don't respond quickly enough, she starts to bite my hand. She knows how to do a feline overlord.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry that Nadia says Mary Tyler Moore is the famous one. I'm no millionaire actress, celebrity, so I won't live anywhere near as long. Hard times have hit me pretty hard. I'm sorry about that, Nadia.
Yeah.
Welcome. Please don't be shy.
I hope you get to, to be able to leave the US like you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did anyone ever see the TV series Lark Rise to Candlefoot with Julia Swalia, who was in Absolutely Fabulous? That's kind of an interesting show, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it is.
That sort of kind of came out of nowhere. I just happened to see Julia Swalia posting something on Instagram. It just made me think of that show. Has anybody watched that show? It's on Stan, called Hack, Hack. That looks like it might be good. Or not, I don't know. What do you think, Eefy? Hey? Are you thinking of getting off now? Eefy? Is that what I think it is? Does that say 2 o'clock? It does too. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
2 o'clock.
Oh, 2.
Wow, we've been doing this for 4 hours. Wow, I was just saying to Dee Dee, we'll just get on for an hour and, we can just sit there and we don't have to talk about anything.
Yeah.
And it's 4 hours later. Wow, we don't seem to. We
able
don't seem
to,
to be able to
to stop, really.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm all yours. Please go ahead.
Maybe we'll give it another 20 minutes and then we'll go, hey?
yeah.
Hello, you. What sweet little looks he's giving me. Oh, sweetie guy. Oh, okay.
What's that?
Please.
And we watch the L Word for a laugh because it's
Yeah.
it's not too bad. It's not at all sort of really. It's just
It's
a bunch of
only-
rich lesbians and who and kind of probably written by straight men. It's not very, and if it's written by a lesbian, I'd be then I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
But it's funny at the same time. We're kind of a bit ruthless in our criticism, aren't we, Dee Dee?
We are. Yeah. It's not. It's not great.
Oh, thank God Eve got off me, because I have to stretch my legs. I'm sorry, Eve. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. where we are, Dawn. So I think we might wrap it up, Dee Dee. What do you think? Just because it's getting very late and we'll be kind of useless tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's lovely seeing everybody, and
it is.
It's great hanging out.
It is.
If I weren't so sleepy and stuff, and I feel like I'm a bit, I'm starting to get a little bedraggled. So anyway. I hope that you all have a wonderful day, and I'm glad you caught the live stream, Nadia. It's always great to see you. I hope the next time we do one, you'll be around.
Yeah.
And and great to finally catch you, Dawn.
What can Khajiit do for you?
Because the time zones don't match up very well. Side of the world. Nice to see you, Michael and Kim. Always great to see you, Kim. And Jera's probably gone by now. And Alex and Holly kind of didn't come back. She stuck with us the first.
She went through the first couple of
she went through the first failed
crashes.
ones, and then she thought that was the end of it and she took off. Yeah, well, it's lovely that you caught the end, and I hope that I hope we can catch you again. I don't really even know how I could let you know it was on. I guess you I guess it's just luck. Thanks for the show. Michael said thanks for the show. Not exactly a show, but Mike is us rambling on.
Yes.
Anyway, okay then. Well, it's lovely to see you all. So I'll let Dee Dee turn it off. So big hugs and much love. And yes, I hope to see you next time, Nadia. And hope to see you all next time through the magic mirror of the Romper Room show.
Yes.
Okay then. Bye for now. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Much love.
It was really fun. Yeah. Come on.
She's an interesting person.
Yeah.
Isn't she?
Yeah.
So you turn that off now.
I'm trying to.